Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, we dive into the lore of the Celestial Lions. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Imperial. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
The hall of memory burned with old fire. It burned with braziers fed by oil, rendered from the great beasts of Elysium 9. It burned with votive candles set before skulls, sealed in lacquer and gold. It burned with the crimson light of furnace vents beneath the obsidian floor, where the chapter serfs tended the heat engines that kept the fortress monastery alive through the world's killing winters. It burned with the reflected sheen of ceramite plate, with azure pauldrons and golden helms, with the black mouths of bolters resting against armored thighs, with the pale glimmer of oath scrolls and purity seals hanging like flayed skin from sacred warplate. Above them all, carved into the vaulted stone, lions roared in silence. They had roared there for centuries. Their mouths were open in endless defiance, their fangs the length of combat blades, their manes cut in sweeping baroque lines that climbed the pillars and vanished into shadow. Between them were names, whole walls of names, battles, worlds, campaigns, sieges, martyrs, victories that had cost too much, and failures that had been preserved with equal devotion. The celestial lions did not bury shame beneath triumph. They spoke it. They gave it breath. They made it stand among them like a dead brother, whose accusation could not be ignored. 1,000 warriors could have stood in that hall had the entire chapter been summoned. On that night, fewer were present, yet the chamber still seemed filled by a host. Veterans of the Pride stood in ordered ranks beneath banners stiffened by ancient blood. War leaders waited before the steps of the central dais, their helms held beneath one arm, their faces marked by the scarification of campaigns whose names were known to every neophyte. Pride leaders stood among their squads, each with his chosen warriors at his back, each with his bolter mag locked but unchambered in ritual restraint. Lifebinders waited in white and gold, their narthesia folded along their vambraces like dormant claws. Death speakers watched from the braziers, black helms crowned with lion crests, crozius heads resting against the stone like execution axes awaiting judgment. No mortal voice had yet spoken, but the hall was not silent. It hummed with armor reactors. It clicked softly with auto-senses and target spirits. It whispered with the turning of servo skulls drifting along the upper galleries. Somewhere below the floor, a chain lift groaned as ammunition was raised from the vaults. The entire fortress was preparing for war, and the Hall of Memory was its heart, beating slowly, heavily, without pity. Captain Saul stood upon the dais beneath the chapter standard. He wore no helm. His face was dark, hard and stern, with old scars running down from his brow and across one cheek, where an orc cleaver had split ceramite and flesh on Gathalamore's moon. His armor was artificer wrought, gold as sunrise over a dead world, edged in azure and black, its plates layered with kill script, oath parchment, and small charms of bone. A lion's head snarled upon his breastplate, its eyes set with polished amber. Across his back hung a cloak of scaled hide, taken from a beast that had killed aspirants for 9 generations before Saul strangled it with his own chains. In his right hand, he held a scroll of blackened vellum. In his left, he held nothing. A captain of the Celestial Lions did not need to grip a weapon inside the Hall of Memory. Here, memory itself was weapon enough. Death Speaker Julkara stepped forward first. His crozier struck the floor once. The sound moved through the chamber like a shell impact heard from deep underground. "Speak the dead," Julkara commanded. The first war leader came forward. His name was Vular, and the left side of his skull was iron from temple to jaw. He knelt before the dais, fist to breastplate, and spoke without looking down. At Boros Gate, Pride Uldamar broke the heretic line after 7 days without relief. Brother Caleb died beneath a traitor engine, but held its leg until melter charges were set. Brother Jotham was blinded by plasma bloom and continued firing by the guidance of his squad. Pride Uldamar lost 8 brothers. The gate held. The hive lived. Remembered, said the warriors. The word did not echo. It struck. Another came forward, then another. Names became wounds. Wounds became instruction. Instruction became oath. They spoke of orc war bosses dismembered beneath power fists, of Xenos corsairs dragged from burning cruisers and pulped against bulkheads, of plague cults scoured from Manufactoria with Prometheum and prayer. They spoke of errors as readily as glories. A pride leader named Maruk recited the loss of 3 neophytes during a boarding action against renegade armorclads, and he did not hide that he had ordered the breach too soon. He named each aspirant. He named the blood price. He accepted the shame into his voice and made it part of the chapter's iron. Captain Saul listened to all of it. So did the new brothers. They stood at the rear of the hall, towering over mortal men, but still slight beside veterans whose armor had been repaired so many times that little of its first forging remained. The neophytes had been given power armor only weeks before. Their helms were unmarked. Their bolters had not yet earned kill tallies. They listened as warriors who had seen centuries of slaughter told them that victory was not purity, that survival was not absolution, that pride without memory became arrogance, and arrogance killed brothers faster than any enemy blade. When the last account ended, Julkara turned his skull helm toward Saul. "The dead are spoken, Captain." Saul nodded once. "Then the living will answer." The great doors at the far end of the hall opened. Cold air swept inward, carrying snow, incense smoke, and the metallic stink of the armorium. Chapter serfs entered in long files, bald heads bowed, robes patched with wax seals and machine script. They bore weapons upon red cloth and iron biers. Not new weapons. The celestial lions did not trust a blade merely because it was sharp, or a bolt gun merely because it fired. Every weapon brought before the assembled warriors had a lineage. Every casing, chain tooth, barrel, stock, and power cell had been named, judged, blessed, and blooded. Bolters came first. Godwin pattern and artificer modified. Their housings burnished black and gold. Their magazines loaded with mass reactive shells, whose brass cases had been etched with kill marks under magnification by half-blind serfs who would die if they made a mistake. Each weapon was presented muzzle down, as though it too knelt before the hall of memory. A tech marine strode beside them, red armor dark beneath layers of ash and oil. Brass mechadendrites writhed over his shoulders. Incense bled from censers chained to his backpack. He murmured in Binharic to each weapon spirit, soothing the hunger locked within blessed metal. Behind the bolters came chainswords. They were ugly things despite the care lavished upon them. Weapons for close murder, not courtly honor. Their teeth were replaced and retained again, each broken tooth casing engraved in high Gothic and set into reliquary strips along the weapon's guard. Some bore strands of orc hide dried hard as leather. Others bore little beads of blackened bone taken from traitor champions who had died screaming oaths to gods that should not exist. Power swords followed, their fields dormant, their edges humming faintly with restrained killing force. Thunderhammers came like relics from an age of giants, their heads etched with impact litanies. Flamers were carried by serfs, with faces masked against sacred Prometheum fumes. Plasma guns passed under the watch of 2 lifebinders and 3 tech marines. For every such weapon was a sun chained badly to a mortal shape. Then came the relics of war beyond the hall. The inner gates opened upon the armorium nave, and from where Saul stood, he could see the silhouettes of land raiders beneath hanging lamps. Their hulls were cathedral-heavy and scarred by campaigns. Lion skull reliquaries were bolted to their prows, each skull cast in gold around the original bone of some beast slain during the trials of aspirants. Red lenses glowed in their sponsons like patient eyes. Their Lascanan spirits slept lightly. Their assault ramps were painted with prayers to the master of mankind, but the lower hinges were dark, where old blood had dried too deeply into the metal, ever to be scoured away. Beyond them, thunderhawks hung in their cradle gantries, vast and brutal, azure wing panels marked with white kill lines. Their noses were blunt as hammers, their heavy bolters loaded, their engines cycling through low growls that shook dust from the rafters. Servitors crawled beneath their bellies. Ammunition sleds rattled across iron tracks. Fuel priests walked in, pairs, chanting to wake the turbines without angering them. This was the chapter's answer to the galaxy. Memory, faith, armor, fire. Saul descended from the dais. Every helm turned toward him. "We are summoned," he said. No one moved. No one asked by whom. No space marine of the Celestial Lions interrupted his captain in the Hall of Memory. Saul lifted the blackened scroll. By writ of Inquisitor Apollon, sworn servant of the Holy Ordos and bearer of the Emperor's own authority, the Celestial Lions are commanded to prosecute war upon Qatar. Its rulers have risen in treachery. Its priesthood is accused of corruption. Its people are said to kneel beneath the shadow of damnation. The Qatar insurrection is to be broken. A low growl moved through the warriors. Not fear, never fear. It was recognition. There were wars fought against beasts, wars fought against aliens, wars fought against men who had forgotten mankind. Then there were wars in which the Inquisition spoke first, and all other truths came limping behind. Death Speaker Julkara took one step forward. His black armor drank the firelight. "Inquisitorial commands arrive wrapped in silence," he said. "They leave worlds of ash behind them." Saul looked at him for a long moment. "The Emperor's law is absolute." "So is judgment," said Julkara. A lesser warrior might have mistaken the words for defiance. They were not. They were warning. The Celestial Lions were loyal sons of the Imperium. They were heirs of Dawn's unbending line, protectors of mankind, slayers of the alien, the mutant, the heretic. They did not refuse lawful summons. They did not choose comfort over duty, yet they remembered every brother spent in causes later buried beneath seal and silence. Saul turned from Julkara to the assembled warriors. "We are not sent to win glory," he said. "We are sent so that mankind may continue breathing." "By blood and memory," answered the hall. "We are not sent to be loved. By blood and memory. We are not sent to be thanked. By blood and memory. We are sent to stand where mortal bone breaks, where faith gutters, where the enemy believes himself beyond punishment." The words left Saul's mouth like bolts chambering. "And there we will answer." The hall shook as every fist struck every breastplate. "By blood and memory." Later, in the lower decks beneath the fortress monastery, the lions answered in another tongue. The boarding cages were old ship compartments chained together and rebuilt in the dark, their corridors narrow, their bulkheads scarred by centuries of practice war. Combat servitors waited inside, vat-swollen things stitched into armor scraps and weapon rigs, some built in the shape of traitor armsmen, some in the hunched mass of orc brutes, some given multiple limbs and bladed tools so that the brothers would never expect clean symmetry from an enemy. Their brains were dead, but not dead enough. Their pain response was disabled. Their aggression routines were not. Pride leader Ekene Dubaku stood at the assault hatch with 5 brothers at his back. He was young for a son of the chapter, though no mortal would have called him young while looking into his face. His helm hung mag-locked at his thigh. His eyes were calm. His armor bore fewer scars than those of the war leaders, but enough to show he had earned the gold he wore. Across from him, Lifebinder K. Took inspected the squad's seal locks with a gauntleted hand. His narthecium clicked softly as needles and bone saws flexed within their housing. "Brother Amaru's left vambrace is slow," K. Took said. "It will move," Amaru answered. "It will move faster, or I will cut it open and shame its spirit before the armorium." The squad remained silent while the lifebinder made the adjustment. There was no laughter. The lions did not laugh before killing, not because they found no joy in victory, but because killing was too sacred to waste in noise. The hatch rune turned from amber to green. Dubaku sealed his helm. The world became target markers, breath feed, squad vitals, heat ghosts, and the narrow red line of the kill path. "Advance," he said. The hatch blew inward. The first servitor fired before the smoke cleared. Solid rounds punched sparks from Brother Amaru's pauldron. Amaru did not stagger. He answered with a 3-round burst that opened the thing from sternum to spine. Wet machinery slapped the wall. Dubaku moved through the breach with his bolt pistol raised. He did not hurry. He did not snarl. A bladed servitor lunged from the left, rotary saw shrieking. Dubaku shot out its knee, stepped over its falling mass, and crushed its skull beneath one boot without lowering his stride. Brother Ilion took a shotgun blast against the chest, closed the distance, and drove his combat blade through the servitor's throat mount, twisting until the machine went limp. The squad turned the corridor into a butcher's reliquary. Bolters barked. Blades rose and fell. Chainsword teeth bit through vat flesh and crude augmetic supports, spraying oil and blood substitute across gold armor. One servitor caught Brother Malak by the forearm and tried to drag him into a wall saw. Malak allowed the pull, stepped into it, and headbutted the construct hard enough to cave its faceplate into the meat beneath. He finished it with a knife thrust through the ear. No rage, no frenzy, no wasted motion, only judgment. When the final chamber opened, a heavy combat servitor awaited them, swollen into a mockery of an orc knob, its frame layered with scrap plates and hydraulic muscle. It carried a chain cleaver in one hand and a heavy stubber mounted into the other. The weapon roared, filling the air with tracer fire. Dubaku's squad spread without command. They had no need for words. Amaru's bolter punched through the thing's left shoulder. Ilion threw a crack charge that adhered beneath its rib plating. Malak took the chain cleaver against his pauldron and lost a strip of ceramite, but not the arm beneath. Dubaku fired once into the servitor's optics, then lunged through the blind arc and drove his chainsword upward beneath its jaw. The crack charge detonated. Meat, piston rods, bone hooks, and armor scrap burst outward in a hot red fan. The squad stood amid the ruin, weapons ready, until the chamber rune turned white. Training complete. K-Tuk entered through the rear hatch, stepping around severed limbs and broken machine parts. He looked at the squad, then at the remains, then at the damaged pauldron. "Acceptable," he said. From a life-binder of the celestial lions, it was close to praise. Above them, in the astropathic tower, pain entered the fortress like a knife. The summons from Apollon had already been received, decoded, authenticated, and sealed within the captain's hand. Yet astropaths did not only hear words, they heard pressure, color, shape, hunger, fear. The blind choir shuddered in their iron thrones as the aftertaste of the message crawled across their minds. One of them began to weep blood. Another whispered the name Apollon again and again until the overseer ordered him sedated. The needle entered his neck. He continued whispering. A third opened his mouth and screamed. Captain Saul heard about it only after the fleet had begun embarkation. By then, the chapter was already moving. Rhinos growled across the embarkation yards. Land raiders rolled beneath chains of incense smoke, their tracks chewing frost from the adamantium decking. Thunderhawks lowered from gantries in storms of heat and engine thunder. Serfs carried reliquaries and ammunition crates. Tech Marines walked beside dreadnought sarcophagi, speaking softly to the ancient brothers entombed within. The dead would go to Qatar as well. The celestial lions did not leave Wrath sleeping when mankind called for war. Inside the Hall of Memory, the chapter banners were removed from their places and sealed inside adamantium reliquary caskets for transit. Each casket was locked by a war leader, witnessed by a death speaker, anointed by a chaplain serf, and guarded by brothers who would die before allowing one thread to be dishonored. Saul watched the final banner disappear behind its armored casing. Julkara stood beside him. "You heard of the astropath," the death speaker said. "I heard." He screamed until his throat tore. Astropaths are fragile vessels. Julkara's helm turned slightly, and yet sometimes broken vessels spill truth. Saul said nothing. Beyond the armor glass, the void docks of Elysium 9 blazed with departure fire. Strike cruisers hung above the world like blades drawn from a scabbard. Their hulls were black and gold, their prows carved with lions, their gun decks lit by the red glow of loading crews and ammunition elevators. The chapter's battle barge waited beyond them, vast as a judgment, its engines waking one by one. "We go by lawful command," Saul said at last. "We go into an inquisitor's war. We have fought in such wars before, and remembered them." Saul looked down at the world below. Elysium 9 turned slowly beneath them, white storms crawling over black mountain ranges, fortress lights burning like coals in the dark. "Then we will remember this one." The fleet translated at the edge of the system. Geller fields rose around the ships like prayers hammered into geometry. Navigators opened their inner eyes and beheld the impossible sea. Engines screamed. Reality thinned. The stars bent, stretched, and vanished behind veils of color no sane mind was made to see. In the captain's strategium, Saul stood alone before a private record shrine. No servitors attended him. No serfs heard him. The chamber was lit by one candle and the cold glow of a hololithic lion turning slowly above a brass projector. He removed one gauntlet and placed his bare hand upon the oath plate. "By blood and memory, I record this under seal of command. The celestial lions answer the summons of Inquisitor Apollon and go to war upon Qatar. We go as servants of the Emperor, not seekers of honor. We go to break treachery, preserve mankind where mankind may be preserved, and render judgment where judgment is due." For a moment, the warp pressed against the ship. The candle flame bent sideways. Saul felt, though he would never have named it fear, the sensation of vast attention turning toward the fleet, not the mindless hunger that clawed at every vessel in the immaterium. Something more focused, more patient, something waiting beyond the skin of reality, tasting names as though they were wounds. He looked into the lion hololith. Qatar will be remembered. Far above, in the astropathic choir chamber, the restrained astropath broke his own jaw against the iron bit placed between his teeth. Blood poured down his chin. His blind eyes stared at nothing and saw too much. He screamed one word until his throat came apart. "Apollon!" Qatar came into sight beneath a veil of dirty gold cloud and orbital smoke. It was a world of old cities and older sins, wrapped in continent-spanning storm systems, its equatorial seas glimmering like poisoned glass beneath the glare of its star. From orbit, the planet looked almost serene. That was often the first lie a world told before it died. Its shrine continents shone with the cold reflection of cathedral roofs. Its palace districts burned with the light of void shields and emergency beacons. Its defense platforms tracked the incoming fleet with desperate, trembling precision, their weapon spirits waking too late and too afraid. The celestial lions did not pause to admire it. Their strike cruisers translated from the warp like blades emerging from a wound in reality. Their prows bore lion sigils in gold and azure, and their gun decks opened in silence before the first command was given. The battle barge at the heart of the formation drifted forward with the majesty of a falling judgment, its macro cannons turning by degrees, its launch bays bright with the ignition glow of thunderhawks and storm talons. Around it, smaller vessels took formation, patient and pitiless, each one a chapel of iron filled with warriors who had already spoken the dead and now came to make more of them. Qatar's orbital defenses fired first. Lance beams stabbed upward from defense moons and equatorial weapon stations. Torpedo batteries spat contrails through the upper atmosphere. Defense lasers from the Palace Hemisphere scored burning lines across the void. A lesser fleet might have answered with evasive spread and cautious approach. The Celestial Lions answered like sons of dawn. They closed. Void shields flared white, then blue, then bruised purple beneath the impacts. Torpedoes died against layered counterfire. A defense monitor attempted to swing across the Lion's advance, its hull painted with the emblems of Qatar's planetary guard, its Vox channels screaming oaths of loyalty while its guns fired upon the Emperor's angels. The lead strike cruiser crippled it with a single broadside. Macro shells punched into its flank and burst within its magazines. The vessel opened from within, spilling fire, bodies, and frozen atmosphere into the dark. Captain Saul watched it die. From the strategium of the battle barge, he wore his helm now. His voice came through the command net as iron and thunder. Mark all batteries still firing. Disable ground command relays. Break their eyes before we take their throat. Acknowledgement runes flickered green. War leaders relayed his will. Tech marines intoned to the machine spirits. Surf officers bent over brass cogitators, sweating through their robes as celestial maps updated in juddering hololithic light. Outside the armor glass, Qatar's skies began to crack. The first bombardment was measured. The Celestial Lions did not waste shells on cities merely because cities could burn. Orbital fire struck defense lasers, Vox spires, anti-air bastions, orbital guidance towers, and shield generators protecting known traitor command. Each strike came with brutal accuracy. Mountain tops blew apart. Towering bastions folded into molten rubble. Void shield domes collapsed in rippling flashes before lance fire punched through and turned the structures beneath into sun-bright graves. Only when the sky was broken did the sons of Elysium descend. Drop pods fell first, burning through the atmosphere like meteors carrying wrath. Thunderhawks followed in disciplined wings, azure panels shining beneath black heat scorch, their heavy bolters already tracking targets through clouds and smoke. 5 companies went to war upon Qatar, and the world shuddered beneath the weight of their arrival. The first company struck the Northern Command bastions, where the planetary defense force had sworn itself to the ruling synod and murdered its own loyal officers. The drop pods slammed into parade grounds paved with white stone and devotional brass. Hatches blew outward. Golden giants emerged into gunfire. Traitor soldiers opened up from firing steps and armored windows, their laser guns and stubbers filling the air with frantic light. The Celestial Lions killed them without haste. Bolters barked once, twice, again. Mass reactive shells punched into flak armor, exploded inside ribcages, and burst men apart in sprays of bone and steaming meat. Officers with gilded masks and perfumed cloaks tried to rally their men beneath banners rewritten with obscene scripture. A Devastator squad reduced them to red fragments with heavy bolter fire, the rounds striking so fast that the bodies seemed to dissolve rather than fall. A Pride leader stepped through the mist of them and crushed a twitching hand beneath his boot, not from cruelty of mood, but because nothing corrupted was permitted to reach for a weapon twice. The second company descended upon the barracks districts, where corrupted regiments had fortified hab blocks and armories with sandbags, tank traps, and civilian shields. The Lions came through the roofs. Thunderhawk cannons tore open the upper levels, and assault squads plunged through smoke on jump packs, chainswords roaring awake. Traitor squads died in stairwells, in mess halls, in ammunition vaults, in chapels where they had daubed the Emperor's face with blasphemous pigment. Chainswords chewed through gilded breastplates and ceremonial armor, throwing gobbets of meat against walls painted with loyalist oaths. Flamers hissed in corridor after corridor, and men who had given themselves to excess and rebellion became blackened skeletons clawing at air that would not save them. The third company took the Vox citadels. The fourth sealed the starport. The fifth struck the cathedral quarter. Captain Saul went with the fifth. The palace basilica of Qatar rose at the heart of the capital, a mountain of marble, gold leaf, stained armor glass, and rotten holiness. It had once been dedicated to the master of mankind. Its towers carried statues of saints with eyes raised toward terror. Its transepts had held pilgrim masses large enough to fill hive districts. Now its bells rang out of rhythm, struck by servitors whose hands had been replaced with polished hooks. Incense poured from its windows in sickly violet clouds. Its outer gates had been plated shut with bronze icons, and along those icons had been carved the names of noble houses now condemned by their own deeds. Thunderhawk fire broke the gates. The lions entered through smoke and molten metal. Inside, the basilica was worse. The confession chambers had been remade into shrines of excess. Not confession now, but indulgence, humiliation, sensation, and worship of the self. The emperor's aquila had been hammered flat and reshaped into curling sigils. Statues had been given new faces, smiling too widely. Choir stalls were packed with cult priests, whose throats had been augmented with resonator organs, so their hymns scraped at the mind, like knives dragged over teeth. They sang as the Astartes entered. They sang while the first bolter rounds punched them apart. They sang until their lungs burst, or their heads vanished in wet explosions of skull and jeweled teeth. Saul advanced at the center of the line. His bolter spoke with the voice of judgment. Each shot selected a sinner and unmade him. A priest in lacquered armor raised a power blade and cried that Qatar had been freed from dead law. Saul shot him through the chest. The bolt detonated beneath the sternum and threw the man backward across an altar draped in purple silk and old blood. A noble duelist came at him from the side, fast, drugged, laughing, a pair of needle blades hissing with toxins. Saul caught the first wrist, broke it with the pressure of his gauntlet, and drove his combat knife through the noble's mouth and out the back of the skull. He let the corpse drop without watching it fall. "Forward," he voxed. His brothers obeyed. They moved through the palace basilica with the cold rhythm of a killing engine. Doors were breached with melter charges. Chambers were cleared by bolter and blade. Chapels became slaughterhouses. Corridors filled ankle-deep with blood, glass, wax, and torn parchment. The lions did not roar. They did not curse. Their silence made the killing worse. It gave no comfort to the dying, no passion to blame, no madness to understand. It was simply the emperor's judgment wearing gold. At the high nave, resistance hardened. The corrupted clergy had gathered their best there. Palace guards in ornate carapace armor, noble sons with gene-enhanced reflexes and drug-flushed eyes, choir assassins with needle pistols, priests carrying relic weapons stolen from sanctified vaults. Behind them stood the ruling prelate of Qatar, his flesh hidden beneath layers of silk, jewels, and devotional chains, his voice amplified by a halo of floating cherub speakers whose tiny dead faces mouthed his words in perfect unison. "You are too late," the prelate said. "This world has tasted freedom." Saul looked up at him through smoke and falling ash. "You name appetite freedom. You name treachery enlightenment. You name rot beauty." He raised his bolter. "I name you condemned." The nave became thunder. Heavy bolters from the rear ranks shredded the palace guard. Assault marines struck the upper galleries, jump packs blasting fragments from carved saints as they landed among the choir assassins. Flamers washed the lower steps in white-orange fire. Cult priests ran burning, their fine robes turning to torches around them, their augmented hymn throats producing shrieks so high they broke the armor-glass windows above. Chainswords met relic blades. Power fists crushed drug-swollen champions into the marble floor. A dreadnought named Brother Othniel entered through the western arch and opened fire with an assault cannon, its barrels spinning into a storm of sanctified metal. Men became mist before him. Saul climbed the altar steps alone. The prelate tried to flee through a reliquary door. Saul caught him by the back of his jewel-crusted vestments and hurled him across the altar. The man struck hard enough to break bone. He rolled onto his back, bleeding, eyes wide with terror. Now that sensation had become consequence. "I submit," the prelate rasped. "I can name others. I can give you houses, accounts, hidden shrines, names of patrons." "You will give them," Saul said. The prelate almost smiled. Then Saul continued, "You will give them to interrogation engines after your limbs are sealed and your tongue is pinned. Truth is not pardon." The smile died. By the 9th hour of the ground war, organized resistance in the capital had collapsed. By the 13th, the northern bastions were silent. By the 18th, the starport was secured. By the 26th, Qatar's ruling caste had either been killed, captured, or driven into tunnels where Auspex ghosts and servo skulls hunted them through the dark. The rot was real. No lion denied it. They had seen the shrines. They had smelled the butchered sanctity. They had heard the hymns that tried to crawl beneath the skin. They had found vaults where loyal priests had been chained and starved for refusing the new doctrine. They had found planetary defense officers executed and their uniforms worn by laughing replacements. They had found children marked for indoctrination, scribes forced to copy forbidden catechisms, laborers branded with noble seals, and ordered to kneel before idols they did not understand. But the rot was not everywhere. That truth spread through the lions faster than any official report. It came in the form of trembling hab workers dragged from cellars with their hands raised. It came in the form of surviving shrine attendants who wept at the sight of the Aquila being restored. It came in the form of wounded civilians packed into manufactorum shelters, dehydrated, terrified, ignorant of half the blasphemies committed in their rulers' names. It came in the form of loyal officials who had hidden records beneath floors, protected astropathic logs, and waited for Imperial deliverance with no weapon but memory. Saul saw them. He walked through the processing lines outside the broken basilica, while ash fell like dirty snow. Mortal prisoners knelt in rows beneath the guns of chapter serfs and attached stormtroops. The guilty were marked with black wax, the uncertain with grey. The wounded and coerced were taken aside by medici teams and watched by helmed lions whose presence alone prevented panic from becoming riot. A war leader approached, his armor scorched from the barracks fighting. "Captain, several thousand prisoners remain unclassified. Local command recommends summary execution to prevent contamination." "Local command served traitors yesterday," Saul said. "Their recommendations are ash. The taint is proven. In the rulers, in the priesthood, in the officer caste, not in every throat that breathed Qatar's air." The war leader said nothing. Saul turned toward Lifebinder K-Tuk, who stood over a line of wounded civilians, while medici servitors worked with crude efficiency. "Separate the injured, catalogue the prisoners, interrogate surviving loyal officials, seal corrupted sites, burn confirmed shrines. Any man bearing the marks of willing devotion dies. Any man coerced and ignorant is held until judged." A nearby stormtrooper officer hesitated. "By whose authority, Lord?" Saul looked at him. The mortal's face went pale behind his visor. "By mine," Saul said. Victory came before Inquisitor Apollon did. He arrived after the palace basilica had fallen, after the command bastions were silent, after the traitor officers had been reduced to meat and smoke, after the lions had paid the price in blood and ammunition. His lander descended into the central plaza, beneath a canopy of servo skulls and gunships, its black hull bearing the rosette of the Holy Ordos. Around it came stormtroopers in lacquered carapace, savants with parchment hoods, lex mechanics bent beneath data racks, chirurgeons, confessors, null-eyed executioners, and scribes whose ink-stained hands held more threat than blades. Apollon stepped from the lander as though the world had been pacified for the sole purpose of receiving him. He was not tall beside an Astartes. Few mortals were. Yet he carried height of another kind, a pressure of office and cold certainty that made armed men lower their eyes. His robes were dark, edged with script. His face was narrow and controlled, neither cruel in expression nor kind. A servo skull drifted at his shoulder, its lens clicking as it recorded the ruin. Another carried a censer that breathed thin grey smoke. A third bore a sealed case chained shut with silver. Captain Saul met him before the shattered gates of the palace basilica. Apollon looked past him at the bodies, the broken icons, the prisoners, the smoke rising from the city. "Efficient," the Inquisitor said. "The insurrection is broken. Broken is not cleansed." Saul heard the words settle between them. The ruling synod is dead or captured. The corrupted priesthood has been destroyed. The palace guard and rebel defense cadres are eliminated. Loyal survivors are being separated for interrogation and reconstruction. Apollon's gaze moved to the prisoner lines. "Mercy is not innocence, Captain. Survival is not acquittal. No innocence has been declared. And yet you preserve. We judge." Apollon looked at him then, fully, calmly. "Judgment requires knowledge beyond the reach of even your kind. Corruption is not a stain upon cloth to be cut away by a careful blade. It is vapor. It is inheritance. It is memory. It is fear taught to children before they know the name of fear. The population has breathed rebellion. It has heard the hymns. It has seen the sigils. Some will remember. Some will dream. Some will teach without knowing they teach." Saul's helm lenses glowed red in the drifting ash. "Then test them. Break the guilty. Reclaim the rest." Apollon's expression did not change. "You speak like a warrior who believes victory has concluded the matter. I speak as the commander who concluded the war." "No," said Apollon softly. "You concluded the visible portion." Behind him, savants began receiving data slates from local informants. Stormtroopers moved toward prisoner lines. Servo skulls drifted above the wounded, scanning faces, brands, wounds, tears. The plaza filled with parchment noise, boot steps, machine clicks, and the thin scratch of quills recording lives into categories that would decide whether they continued. Saul watched Apollon watch the city. In that moment, suspicion came to him, not as thunder, but as cold. The Inquisitor had not asked how many lions had fallen. He had not asked which shrines were destroyed, which officials remained loyal, which military assets could be restored, which districts were secure. He had asked nothing that a man seeking to salvage a world would ask. His eyes did not move like those of a commander assessing damage. They moved like those of an executioner, confirming the condemned was properly bound. "You expected worse," Saul said. Apollon turned his head slightly. "I expected exactly what I found. The corruption is localized. The word comforts you. It is a fact. It is a beginning." The two stood amid the ruin, while distant gunfire cracked in the lower city, where the last holdouts were being dragged from their holes and killed. Above them, the clouds churned with the smoke of orbital strikes. Beneath them, Qatar still lived, wounded, diseased, shamed, but alive. For the first time since the summons had reached Elysium 9, Saul wondered whether that survival had ever been permitted. The celestial lions returned to orbit by companies, their armor marked by ash and blood, their dead sealed in stasis caskets, their weapons cleaned but not yet blessed. Thunderhawks climbed through the wounded sky, engines growling, hulls scarred by flak and stained by the soot of burning cathedrals. Below them, Qatar's cities flickered with emergency fires. Refugee lines crawled through avenues between statues of saints whose faces had been blackened by war. Saul stood in the embarkation bay as the last gunship locked into its cradle. A Vox officer approached and bowed. "Captain, Imperial Navy vessels are repositioning." Saul turned. The hololithic display above the bay floor showed the planet in pale blue lines. Around it, Navy cruisers and monitors moved from blockade pattern into firing geometry, their prows angled downward, their lance decks aligned with population centers. Their silence was worse than warning. Death Speaker Julkara came to stand beside Saul. Neither spoke for several heartbeats. Then Julkara's Crozius tapped once against the deck. "The ash," he said, "has not yet begun to fall." Qatar burned after victory. Captain Saul watched the first lance strike descend through the planet's wounded atmosphere and understood, before the beam reached the surface, that the war had not ended when the last traitor priest had died beneath the shattered roof of the palace basilica. It had merely changed executioners. The Imperial Navy vessels had completed their repositioning in silence. Cruisers, monitors, and bombardment craft hung above Qatar in formal geometry, their prows angled toward the cities the celestial lions had spared. Their engines burned cold blue in the void. Their gun decks had opened like the mouths of tombs. From the strategium of the battle barge, Saul saw their targeting solutions bloom across the hololithic sphere in lines of red and white. Palace districts, shrine continents, manufacturum belts, agricultural basins, habitation sprawls, pilgrim cities, processing camps where the wounded still waited beneath the watch of his brothers. His gauntleted hands closed upon the brass rail before him. "No," he said. The word was quiet. It still made every mortal serf in the strategium flinch. Death Speaker Julkara stood at his right, black armor rendered blood dark by the glow of the hololith. War leader Vular stood to his left, helm sealed, one iron hand resting upon the pommel of his sheathed power sword. Around them, serfs whispered at data consoles, their fingers moving across rune boards with terrified obedience. None of them needed to ask what was happening. The shape of murder was clear, even when no command had yet been spoken aloud. The first lance touched Qatar. A city died in silence upon the hololith. In truth, the death below would have been louder than sanity could bear. The lance beam pierced cloud, smog, and smoke, struck the center of an ancient shrine metropolis, and turned its heart into white fire. The basilica quarter vaporized first, spires and saints, and avenues and tenements vanishing in a flash, brighter than noon. The shockwave rolled outward in a ring of pulverized stone, molten glass, and human ash. Millions of windows burst at once. Bodies became shadows on walls before the walls themselves became dust. The city's void shields, already weakened by the rebellion and the lion's surgical assault, shimmered for a heartbeat like a soap film beneath a hammer. Then they failed. The second strike came before the debris cloud had finished rising. Macro shells fell in salvos, each one larger than a cathedral reliquary, each carrying enough sacred wrath to break mountains. They came down in strings of furnace light. They struck manufacturum stacks, pilgrim districts, water refineries, rail hubs, refugee shelters, and the great central avenues where the lions had marched only hours before. Firestorms braided themselves together across the continent. The city's atmosphere ignited in pockets. Oxygen became fuel. Prayer towers bent like wax. Hab blocks collapsed in waves, each one spilling thousands of screaming bodies into streets already liquefying beneath heat. Saul turned from the hololith to the command throne. "Open command channel to the Navy formation." A serf officer looked back, skin gone grey. "Lord, the channel is locked under inquisitorial seal." "Break it." The serf hesitated for less than a breath. That was all the fear his transhuman master permitted him. "By your will." Tech adepts bent over Vox engines and cipher altars. Brass keys were turned. Wax seals were cut. Cogitator spirits protested in shrill binharic bursts as they were forced against authority protocols layered with the sigil of the holy ordos. Saul stood unmoving while Qatar died beneath him. Another city disappeared, then another. The bombardment widened from punishment into planetary murder. Navy ships opened with full batteries. Lance fire stitched the night side in blazing wounds. Cyclonic warheads descended through the atmosphere in controlled arcs, not yet enough to unmake the world entirely, but more than enough to kill its future. Oceans boiled at their edges where impacts struck coastal hive belts. Steam hurricanes clawed upward, carrying salt, ash, and the remains of continents into cloud masses that began to glow from within. Forest provinces vanished in storms of orange flame. Mountain citadels erupted as magma chambers cracked beneath orbital strikes. The old polar ice fields fractured and bled black water into seas already convulsing beneath heat. Qatar had survived rebellion. Qatar would not survive Imperial correction. The command channel screamed open in a burst of static. Saul stepped forward. "This is Captain Saul of the Celestial Lions, commander of the Adeptus Astartes strike force upon Qatar. Cease bombardment. Loyal population elements remain planetside. Prisoners are under chapter sanction. Loyal officials are secured for interrogation. Civilian concentrations have not been judged. Cease fire." Static answered him. Then a voice came through, clipped, mortal, afraid behind discipline. "Captain, all bombardment actions are proceeding under direct authorization of Inquisitor Apollon. Naval command is bound by writ of the Holy Ordos. I gave you an order. With reverence, Lord, your order conflicts with higher authority." Saul's fist tightened until the brass rail groaned beneath his grip. "There is no higher battlefield authority in this theater than the preservation of the Emperor's subjects where corruption has been broken." The voice faltered. "Lord, Inquisitorial command has declared contamination total. That declaration is false." No answer came at first, only the distant crackle of vox interference, and beneath it, the low mechanical cant of Navy fire control systems acknowledging fresh targets. Saul looked to the hololith. The prisoner camps outside the capital were now marked by red targeting icons. Those were his prisoners, his responsibility, men and women and children catalogued beneath his command. Some guilty, some broken, some ignorant, some loyal, all of them about to be turned into smoke because a man who had not bled to take the world had decided that judgment was too slow. "Remove those targeting solutions," Saul said. "Lord, I cannot." "Then put me through to Apollon." A pause followed. When the next voice came, it was soft. "Captain Saul." The strategium seemed to grow colder. Apollon's image did not appear upon the hololith. He offered only his voice, calm and almost courteous, as though speaking from a clerk's chamber rather than from the shadow of genocide. "You are interfering with a lawful cleansing action," the Inquisitor said. Saul turned toward the Vox shrine. "The war is concluded. The guilty have been struck down. Your own authority summoned us to break the insurrection, and it is broken. An insurrection is not broken because its banners fall. It is broken when its command is dead, its armies ruined, its shrines burned, and its survivors bound for judgment. You speak of visible treachery. I speak of fact, and I speak of corruption." Another salvo fell. The hololith guttered as one of the planetary data feeds died. A continent's eastern seaboard became a smear of white static, then red fire. Apollon continued. "Corruption spreads through bloodlines, through institutions, through habits of obedience, through dreams, through stories told around low fires by frightened survivors who swear they were innocent while repeating the words of heretics, through pity, through children who remember the hymns, through scribes who preserved the wrong documents, through officers who hesitated before denouncing their lords, through priests who saw symbols and did not blind themselves, through the silence of those who survived." Julkara's Crozius scraped against the deck. Saul's voice became very still. "You did not come to save Qatar." "No," Apollon said. "I came to ensure Qatar could never fall again. A dead world cannot relapse." "Precisely." The word entered the strategium like a blade between ribs. For a moment, Saul heard nothing but the pulse of his armor and the vast, distant thunder of his own restraint. He had walked through the palace basilica. He had smelled the corruption. He had killed men whose souls were sores in the emperor's realm. He had ordered flamers into chapels where blasphemous mouths begged to be spared. He had watched traitor officers burst beneath bolter fire and felt no mercy at all. That was war. That was judgment. That was the emperor's wrath made manifest. This was something else. This was waste. Waste of blood already spent. Waste of ammunition and lives and truth. Waste of civilians who had endured masters they did not choose. Waste of loyal clerks who had hidden records beneath floor stones. Waste of wounded bodies separated by his life binders for later judgment. Waste of a world that might have been beaten, purged, scarred, and returned to service. Saul had seen horrors beyond mortal naming. He had fought orcs in corridors, slick with the pulped remains of brothers. He had seen demonic faces pressed against reality, grinning through the skin of sacrificed men. He had watched a dreadnought burn from within and still crawl forward to complete an oath. Those wounds had marked him. This failure cut deeper, because he stood above Qatar with all the power of the Adeptus Astartes at his command, and he could not stop Imperial guns from murdering the people he had just conquered in the Emperor's name. By what law, Saul asked, do you condemn an entire world after judgment has begun? By the law that predates your chapter and will endure after your bones are dust. The Emperor protects. The Emperor also burns. Saul looked at the hololith as the prisoner camps vanished under lance fire. The red icons did not have time to scatter. They simply ceased. The feed caught one moment of light, one expanding circle of white, and then nothing but static. Somewhere beneath that static, thousands of bound prisoners, wounded civilians, medici serfs, local loyalists, and chapter attendants had become carbon shadows and vaporized marrow. The strategium watched in absolute silence. War leader Vular broke it first. Captain. It was not a question. It was a plea for permission to act, though no action could reach far enough. Not blades, not bolters, not even the guns of their own ship, unless Saul wished to fire upon the Imperial Navy and prove every hidden accusation that might one day be laid against them. Saul did not give that order. That restraint became another wound. Apollon, he said, this is not cleansing. This is unlawful slaughter beneath the mask of necessity. The Inquisitor's voice remained unchanged. Careful, Captain. No. The word rang harder this time. The serfs froze. The war leaders turned fully toward him. Julkara lowered his head, as though hearing a death sentence spoken from within the hall of a shrine. No, Saul said again. You will not have silence from us. Apollon said nothing. Record this, Saul ordered. Every scribe servitor in the strategium began to scratch. Vox engines drank in his voice. Data crystals spun in their housings. The words passed through brass throats into sealed archives, into command logs, into the chapter's memory. I, Captain Saul of the Celestial Lions, commander of the chapter's force upon Qatar, enter formal condemnation of Inquisitor Apollon's actions this day. The Qatar insurrection was militarily defeated by Adeptus Astartes' action. Its command structure was broken. Its confirmed cult organs were destroyed or contained. Civilian populations remained unjudged. Loyal elements remained planetside. Prisoners under chapter sanction remained alive. Inquisitor Apollon ordered mass bombardment after victory, and thereby enacted slaughter beyond strategic necessity, beyond proportional sanction, and beyond righteous judgment. A serf officer's lips trembled as he repeated authentication rites. Saul did not look away from the burning world. Transmit to all chapter vessels. Transmit to attached Imperial command authorities. Prepare astropathic copies for dispatch to Terra, to the Senatorum Imperialis Records Office, to the Adeptus Terra, and to any authority empowered to review inquisitorial misconduct. Julkara turned his skull helm toward him. The Death Speaker did not warn him this time. The warning had already been given on Elysium 9. Now they stood beyond warning. Apollyon's voice returned at last. You believe accusation is armor. I believe truth is owed memory. Memory can be corrected. So can lies. The Vox clicked dead. Below, Qatar continued to die. By the end of the first cycle, the planet's night side had become a map of fire. By the second, the oceans nearest the equatorial strikes were boiling into continent-sized storms. By the third, ash had climbed into the upper atmosphere in such density that sunlight became a dull red wound behind the clouds. Survivors would have choked in the dark had there been enough of them left to matter. Rivers flashed into steam. Cathedrals collapsed into magma-lit basements. The palace basilica, where Saul had killed the prelate, became a crater filled with molten stone. The celestial lions gathered in their ships and watched. They did not weep. They did not beat their breastplates or shout to drown shame. Such theatrics belonged to mortals and madmen. They watched because witness was obligation. They watched because the dead deserved eyes upon them. They watched because what was not remembered could be murdered twice. In the chapel deck of the battle barge, Death Speaker Julkara spoke Qatar into the chapter's keeping. He named the world. He named its sin. He named its purging. He named its betrayal. Around him stood war leaders, pride leaders, lifebinders, tech marines, neophytes, dreadnought sarcophagi, and serfs who had been permitted to hear what would one day endanger them all. The chapel's braziers burned low. The lion banners hung motionless in the recycled air. This was not weakness, Julkara said. Do not let lesser men say horror made us soft. We are the Emperor's blades. We broke the traitor. We burned the shrines. We killed the priests who sold their souls for sensation and filth. We did not stay our hands from guilt. His black helm swept across them. But a blade that cannot tell flesh from rot is not righteous. It is only sharp. A murmur moved through the brothers. Not dissent. Recognition. We have stepped onto a battlefield where bolters cannot win, Julkara said. There are wars fought in corridors, where the enemy's blood steams upon your gauntlets. There are wars fought in trenches, where shell fire tests armor and courage alike. And there are wars fought in sealed chambers, in missing records, in delayed orders, in voids where ships disappear, and no one asks why. Remember this. We have named a power that does not forgive being named. Saul stood at the rear of the chapel, helmet beneath his arm. He did not speak. He had already spoken, and the galaxy had heard enough to become dangerous. The condemnation went out. Astropaths screamed it through the immaterium in broken fragments of pain and light. Courier craft received sealed testimony. Data crystals were sanctified, triplicated, armored, and loaded into void-hardened cases. Witness statements were bound with blood seals. The names of loyal officials, murdered prisoners, surviving records, pre-bombardment assessments, and the timing of Apollon's order were assembled into a formal accusation heavy enough to crush a mortal archive table. The celestial lions became vocal, too vocal. They spoke to commanders who did not want to hear. They sent records to authorities who did not answer. They demanded review from offices whose scribes filed the demand beneath layers of procedural dust. They named unlawful slaughter in halls where men preferred the safer language of necessary severity. They did not accuse the Imperium. They did not abandon loyalty. They accused one of its hidden hands of closing too tightly around the throat of mankind. That distinction would not save them. The first answer came quietly. A courier ship bearing sworn testimony toward terror, translated into the warp under full rights and perfect augur conditions. Its Geller field was blessed. Its navigator was experienced. Its route had been calculated by 3 independent cogitator choirs. The vessel carried no treasure, no relic, no living hero. Only words. It never arrived. The official record would later name a freak warp storm, an unfortunate translation anomaly, a loss within acceptable parameters for long-range astropathic and courier transit. Acceptable. When the report reached the Celestial Lions, Saul read it once. Then he passed it to Julkara. The Death Speaker read in silence, the parchment small in his enormous hand. "Now it begins," Julkara said. Saul looked out from the observation gallery toward the stars. Somewhere beyond them lay Terra, the throne world, the heart of all obedience, distant beyond measure and buried beneath bureaucracy, sanctity, and fear. Somewhere between Qatar and Terra, truth had vanished in the warp, or been killed there. "What begins?" asked war leader Vular. Julkara folded the report with care. "The war that will not wear a face." Far away, in a chamber without windows, beneath a ceiling painted with saints whose eyes had been scratched away and repainted as open flames, an inquisitorial scribe took up a quill. The scribe did not know Captain Saul. He did not know the sound of Qatar burning. He had never seen a celestial lion kill a heretic with sacred precision or stand helpless while navy fire erased a world already won. He knew only files, seals, permissions, and the weight of words selected by those above him. He opened a ledger bound in black skin. He wrote the chapter name carefully. Celestial Lions. Beside it, under a column reserved for problematic loyal assets, he added a notation in perfect script, exemplary subjects for correction. The first year after Qatar passed beneath a silence so vast that it became a second wound. The Celestial Lions had expected denial. They had expected delay. They had expected the slow, grinding reluctance of imperial institutions made ancient by ceremony and cowardice. They had not expected the silence to feel so deliberate. It arrived in fragments, each one small enough to be dismissed by lesser men, each one placed with the care of a blade between armor joints. Petitions vanished into administrative catacombs and returned months later, with seals unbroken, as though no hand in the Adeptus Terra had dared open them. Astropathic replies came late, distorted, incomplete, or buried beneath pious formulae that praised the chapter's loyalty while answering none of its accusations. Witness rolls from Qatar were requested, copied, sanctified, and sent again. Each copy disappeared more thoroughly than the last. Envoys carrying sworn testimony were redirected through systems where navigation beacons failed at convenient hours. Several arrived at the wrong destinations. Some never arrived at all. In the Hall of Memory on Elysium 9, the Lions spoke the name of Qatar every cycle. They did not allow it to fade into data stacks or ceremonial mourning. They dragged it into the air with their voices. They gave it weight. They made the neophytes listen, until even those who had not fought beneath Qatar's poisoned skies could see the fire reflected in the black stone beneath their boots. Captain Saul spoke before the gathered prides, with his helm removed and his scarred face lit by the braziers. "We killed the guilty," he said. "Then another hand killed the world. Remember the difference." "By blood and memory," answered the hall. The words had changed since Qatar. They had not softened. They had sharpened. Where once memory had been a sacred burden, now it became a weapon the chapter could not sheathe. Pride leaders taught their squads the sequence of the campaign with the precision of a bolter drill. Which bastions had fallen, which shrines had been purged, which prisoner compounds had remained under Celestial Lion sanction, which bombardment patterns had struck them, which Imperial Navy ships had fired, which inquisitorial writ had overridden their command. No name was hidden. Apollon. The name passed from warrior to warrior like a brand pressed into ceramite. It was not shouted. It was not spat. The Celestial Lions did not waste hatred by letting it foam. They preserved it in colder forms. Allies became rare. Some Space Marine chapters received the Lions' testimony and offered grave acknowledgements, but few spoke further. One chapter, Master sent a message of sorrow, written in formal High Gothic and sealed with 7 purity marks, then refused to attach his seal to a petition against an inquisitor. A crusade commander praised Saul's honor and warned him that honor was not proof against hidden knives. A cardinal world's ruling synod accepted the chapter's evidence, declared it troubling, and then buried the matter beneath a fast of repentance for unnamed excesses. Administratum courts requested supplemental affidavits, then supplemental copies of those affidavits, then proof that the first supplement had been properly witnessed by an office that had since been dissolved. It was not refusal. Refusal had a shape. Refusal had a voice. This was absence made into policy. Saul answered by speaking louder. He sent accusation through proper channels and improper ones. He sent sealed witness crystals to chapter keeps, naval commands, crusade councils, fortress monasteries, administratum archives, and ministorum courts. He did not accuse the Imperium. He did not insult the throne. He did not deny the authority of the holy ordos. His wording was precise, disciplined, and more dangerous for that precision. Inquisitor Apollon, sworn servant of the emperor, had ordered mass destruction after military victory, while loyal and unjudged populations remained beneath celestial lions' protection. The action was unlawful slaughter beneath inquisitorial seal. The words spread, slowly at first, then in whispers, then in the sort of half-spoken references that made lesser commanders glance toward closed doors. Qatar became a stain men feared to name. Apollon became a shadow behind goblets in private chambers and static on sealed vox lines. The celestial lions became not rebels, not yet, not even close, but something almost as intolerable. They became witnesses. Witnesses had to be managed. The first signs were not glorious. No assassin struck Saul upon a chapel stair. No demon host breached the fortress gates. No formal censure arrived from terror, heavy with seals and condemnation. Instead, a munition allocation for a crusade detachment arrived short by 20 pallets of mass reactive bolt shells, replaced with a note citing dockside misclassification. A shipment of replacement ceramite plating was diverted to a guard siege regiment that had no means to use it. Prometheum reserves promised for training exercises were delayed 3 times, then declared spoiled by contamination and destroyed before Celestial Lions inspectors could examine them. Naval patrol routes around Elysium 9 changed without consultation. The chapter's picket ships found themselves covering wider corridors with fewer hulls. A warp beacon maintained by an Allied forge station entered unscheduled repair during a period when the Lions were expecting envoys from the Segmentum Command. 3 astropathic choirs reported sudden burnouts after receiving messages addressed to the chapter. One message arrived as a string of prayers, coordinates, and screaming, too damaged to reconstruct. The Armurium noticed patterns before the Strategium admitted them. Tech Marines recorded serial discrepancies in blessed shell casings. Supply manifest seals bore minute differences in pressure and wax composition. Replacement parts for Thunderhawk engine shrines arrived shaved just below tolerance. Nothing so crude as open sabotage. Nothing that could not be explained by the Imperium's usual decay. That was the elegance of it. The Imperium was vast enough that incompetence could hide murder, and old enough that every crime could wear the face of clerical error. War leader Vular brought the accumulated reports to Saul in the Hall of Arms. The captain stood before a land raider whose prow reliquary had been opened for maintenance. The golden lion skull mounted upon the hull stared eyelessly into the chamber while serfs polished the old bone with oil and ash. Nearby, a line of neophytes recited catechisms of fire discipline while disassembling and reassembling bolters until their fingers bled inside their gauntlets. "This is warfare," Vular said. Saul did not look away from the relic tank. "It is inconvenience. No, it is warfare conducted by men who do not wish us to have a battlefield." A servitor carried a tray of defective firing pins past them. Saul watched it go. Then we do not grant them the victory they seek. Vularac's iron jaw clicked softly. They seek our silence. They seek our anger. They already have it. No, Saul said. They have our memory. They want rage. Rage is easier to condemn. The war leader understood. Every brother understood. The celestial lions could have struck back in ways that would have satisfied the red ache in their hearts. They could have seized a navy courier. They could have detained administratum officials whose lies were too clean. They could have drawn steel on inquisitorial agents who came too near their gates with too many questions and too little respect. They did none of those things. Outward loyalty became their fortress. They gave the tithe. They answered summons. They maintained patrols. They sent Genocide to proper review under seal. They intoned the emperor's name in every rite. They refused secession. They refused rebellion. They refused the grand, damning gesture that hidden enemies longed to record. They would not become monsters for the convenience of those who had already written the accusation. But loyalty did not make them gentle. On Elysium 9, the chapter hardened. Training cages ran hotter. Live ammunition replaced sanctified dummy loads in drills, where a single stumble could turn a brother's head into red vapor. Boarding exercises continued until armor locked from heat stress, and serfs had to scrape flesh slurry out of the deck grates with hooked tools. Neophytes learned to fight in darkness, while Vox channels fed them false orders, conflicting coordinates, and the voices of dead brothers calling them by name. Those who obeyed too quickly were beaten. Those who hesitated too long were beaten harder. The lesson was not disobedience, it was discernment. The Imperium might command. The Emperor judged. Pride leader Dubaku oversaw one such trial beneath the fortress. The aspirants moved through a mock hab block built from rusted plasteel and broken devotional statues. Combat servitors lurched from confession booths and manufactorum vents. Some wore the insignia of heretics. Some wore imperial markings. Some cried for aid in recorded mortal voices. Others transmitted command orders in the voices of actual officers, copied from chapter archives and twisted into contradiction. One aspirant fired upon a servitor marked with a loyal sigil when it raised a weapon. "Why?" Dubaku asked after the trial, standing over the twitching ruin. It threatened the squad. It bore the aquila. It aimed a gun at my brother. Dubaku nodded once. Correct. Another aspirant had spared a shrieking figure until it detonated among two of his squadmates and showered the chamber with meat paste and metal splinters. Dubaku struck him hard enough to break his helm lens. Why did you pause? It begged for mercy. Mercy is not blindness. Compassion without judgment is a door through which damnation enters. The aspirant tried to rise. Dubaku allowed it, then struck him again. Stand faster. Pain is instruction. The dueling pits became worse. Warriors fought with blunted blades until bones cracked, then with live edges until lifebinders had to intervene. Blood steamed on the black floors. Teeth were collected by serfs and placed in named bowls for return after the rite. The lions did not duel for sport. They dueled to remove softness, vanity, and reflexive trust. A brother learned the angle of betrayal when a blade came from a hand he loved. He learned not to hate the hand, but to see it. Death Speaker Julkara recorded the new warning in the Hall of Memory with every war leader present. His voice was low, and the braziers guttered as though listening. A knife in the dark is still held by a hand. Remember the hand. The words were carved into the black stone before dawn. The years did not heal Qatar. They buried it beneath new wars, and burial was not peace. The celestial lions fought where commanded. They tore pirates from void stations and left their corpses nailed to pressure doors as warnings to any who preyed upon Imperial shipping. They broke an orc raid along the Canis marches, boarding a ramshackle kill cruiser and slaughtering its crew room by room until the inner decks flooded with green blood and oily smoke. They cleansed a moon where a plague sect had turned water recyclers into bile shrines, burning the infected in pits, while the death speakers chanted for souls too corrupted to hear. Every victory was reported. Every report included Qatar. Then the delegation departed for Terra. It was not Saul who led it. The chapter would not risk its captain in a political throat cut, dressed as pilgrimage. Instead, 3 senior officers, an honored death speaker, 2 life-binders carrying sealed genetic witness oaths, and a cadre of mortal legal savants boarded the strike cruiser Oath of Daybreak with testimony cases locked in adamantium vaults. They carried copies of every condemnation, every transcript, every bombardment pattern, every supply irregularity, every missing envoy, every scrap of proof that a patient and powerful hatred had taken interest in the chapter. Saul met them in the embarkation chapel. "Speak only truth," he said. The senior war leader bowed his head. "We have no other weapon fit for terror. Truth is not always welcome there. Then we will make it unwelcome in the Emperor's name." The Oath of Daybreak translated beneath full right. For 19 weeks, nothing. Then a fractured message reached Elysium 9 from a salvage convoy beyond the designated route. The cruiser had emerged far from its plotted course, blown off the stable warp lane by a storm that no navigator house had predicted. It had translated into a region thick with Orc signals, deep in contested space, where no celestial lion's vessel should have been. The last transmission was a battle cant, distorted by static and weapons discharge. Saul listened to it in the strategium. The voice of the senior war leader came through broken and fading. Boarders on 3 decks, greenskin mass beyond count, vaults sealed. We deny them the testimony. We deny them our dead. By blood and memory, Qatar remains. Then came roaring, orc laughter, bolter fire, the wet, brutal sound of close killing. A chainsword screamed until it jammed. Someone recited the Emperor's name while choking. The transmission ended in an explosion that overloaded the receiving crystal. The wreck was found months later. The Oath of Daybreak had been gutted. Its hull drifted among orc debris and frozen corpses. Its vault decks burned from within by charges placed by loyal hands. No testimony remained for the enemy. No living brother remained for rescue. The delegation had died as warriors, but they had never reached Terra. The official notation named navigational misadventure and hostile Xenos engagement. Julkara heard the report and said nothing for a long while. Then he asked, where was the escort that was promised? The answer took 6 days to arrive. Miscommunication of naval route assignments. Vular laughed once when he read it. The sound was short and ugly, like a blade snapping in a wound. Saul did not laugh. He went to the Hall of Memory and spoke the names of the dead himself. He spoke each slowly. He spoke until the serfs holding the candles trembled from fatigue. He spoke until every warrior present knew that another line had been crossed, though no formal enemy had declared himself. The lions became louder still. Their condemnations passed beyond formal complaint into open warning. They named patterns. They named vanished ships. They named altered manifests. They named delayed replies. They named Qatar in councils where other commanders begged them with their eyes to stop. Saul's words became a danger to every chamber that heard them. And then Armageddon called. The astropathic war cant arrived like a storm through the immaterium. Choirs across the segmentum screamed the same broken message in different tongues. The greenskin prophet of destruction had returned. Gaz-Kul Mag Uruk Thraka, beast of beasts, warlord beyond warlords, had hurled his endless wav against Armageddon once more. The world of ash, iron, hives, and sacred industry drowned beneath orc invasion. Hive walls shook, titans strode, gargants bellowed, steel legion regiments died by the million. The third war for Armageddon had begun, and every loyal blade was called to the furnace. The celestial lions received their orders under full Imperial seal. Mobilize the chapter entire. Proceed to Armageddon. Deploy to the war zone surrounding High Volcanus. Break the orc pressure at the mountain approaches and hold in coordination with Imperial High Command. It was a command no loyal chapter could refuse. It was a war worthy of them. Orcs were honest enemies, brutal, filthy, roaring savage beyond measure, but honest in their hatred. They did not hide blades behind parchment. They came howling beneath smoke and crude banners, and the lions knew how to answer such things. The fortress monastery came alive with the old thunder. Armorium gates opened. Land raiders rolled onto embarkation decks beneath chains of incense. Predators and vindicators were loaded into bulk lifters. Thunderhawks cycled their engines until the snow around the launch fields turned to black steam. Dreadnoughts woke in their sarcophagi, ancient voices grinding through vox grills as they were told the enemy was orc. One entombed hero laughed for nearly a minute. "Good," he said at last. "Something that bleeds properly." Companies gathered beneath their banners. Lifebinders prepared gene vaults and surgical engines. Death speakers anointed helmets with ash taken from the Hall of Memory. Neophytes checked bolters with hands that no longer trembled. Pride leaders recited deployment oaths. War leaders reviewed strategic maps of High Volcanus, its mountain approaches, its manufacturum arteries, its ash wastes, and armored causeways. Saul stood before them all, gold armor bright beneath the launch fires. "Armageddon is not Qatar," he said. "There will be no uncertainty in the foe before us. The orc comes in numberless filth. It comes with iron jaws and crude guns and joy in slaughter. It comes to drown an imperial world beneath green flesh and engine smoke." The assembled lions listened. "We will meet it. We will break it. We will remind the galaxy that the celestial lions have not been diminished by whispers, vanished ships, or cowardice wearing seals. We go where we are commanded because we are loyal. We kill what we are commanded to kill because we are wrath. We remember what we are commanded to forget because we are not slaves to silence." "By blood and memory," the chapter answered. The sound shook frost from the fortress walls. Only later, in the quiet of the strategium, did Saul study the deployment orders again. They were perfect, too perfect. Every seal in place, every authorization correct, every route sanctified, every munition allotment listed, every supporting formation named, no trace of Apollon, no signature, no rosette, no condemning mark by which suspicion could become accusation. Yet beneath the primary, wax seal, where layered authority marks had been impressed and counter-impressed, Saul saw a flaw. A seal mark had been scraped away, carefully, deliberately, removed before the final wax cooled, leaving only a shallow distortion like a healed scar in red. Vular saw it too. Julkara stood behind them, black helm bowed toward the parchment. "No name," the war leader said. "No," Saul replied. The Death Speaker's hand tightened upon his Crozius. "Only the hand." Armageddon was already dying when the celestial lions arrived. It did not die like Qatar, beneath the clean judgment of orbital guns and the cold arithmetic of an Inquisitor's command. Armageddon died loudly. It died beneath engine thunder, under skies choked with promethium smoke and ash storms, amid the shriek of defense lasers and the idiot roar of greenskin guns. It died in pieces, city by city, hive by hive, trench by trench, with every corpse buying another breath for the billions still trapped behind adamantium walls. The fleet translated at the edge of the system into war without horizon. The void was crowded with wreckage. Imperial cruisers burned from bow to stern, their hulls gutted by boarding claws and crude ramming prows. Orc hulks drifted like rusted moons, vast agglomerations of scrap metal, stolen engines, asteroid stone, and lunatic faith in speed and violence. Minefields glittered in the dark, each machine spirit snarling behind its dormant charge, waiting for the pressure wake of an intruding hull. Defense lasers stabbed upward from Armageddon's surface in columns of white fury, striking at descending cruisers whose armor plates were painted in clan colors, kill glyphs, and dried blood. Macro fire crossed the void in bright, murderous arcs. Torpedoes left burning contrails through clouds of debris and frozen bodies. Dead men turned slowly in the silence between ships. Some still wore void suits, marked with the Imperial aquila. Some were naked, flash frozen when their compartments tore open. Some were orcs, their bodies enormous and ugly even in death, tusks locked in snarls, fists still gripping axes or boarding hooks. A shattered transport spun past the Celestial Lions formation, its cargo decks ruptured, thousands of guardsmen spilling into space like black seeds cast from a broken pod. Captain Saul watched it all from the battle barge's strategium. The hololithic sphere before him was almost unreadable beneath the weight of war marks. Enemy concentrations, loyalist formations, distress beacons, orbital batteries, wreck fields, mine corridors, fire lanes, warp hazard remnants, vox interference, auspex ghosts. The display refreshed with such violence that mortal serfs had to look away to preserve their sight and sanity. The lions did not look away. War leader Vular stood beside Saul, his iron jaw catching the red light of the hololith. Death Speaker Julkara waited behind them in silence, black armor stark against the gold and azure of the command staff. Lifebinder K. Tuk examined casualty projections without expression. Pride leader Dubaku stood among the company officers, helm mag locked to his thigh, eyes fixed on the planet below. Armageddon filled the lower viewport. It was a world made for suffering, oceans blackened by industry, continents scarred by extraction, hive clusters rising like iron diseases from ash wastes, mountain ranges under storm, furnace belts glowing in the dark. From orbit, the orc invasion was visible as rust-colored infection spreading across the planet's skin, thickest around the hives, and along the great roads where armies moved like rivers of metal and hate. Imperial counterfire flashed across the surface in disciplined grids, but the greenskin masses were too many to count. They were not an army in any sane meaning of the word. They were a planetary weather pattern made of muscle, iron, teeth, and noise. "By the throne," a mortal Vox officer whispered before he remembered himself. Saul did not rebuke him. The scale of it deserved blasphemy, strangled into prayer. Billions of Imperial citizens huddled inside hive cities, whose walls shook beneath artillery. Millions of guardsmen marched through ash storms, their greatcoats turned grey, their lungs full of poison, their tanks grinding through drifts of industrial dust and pulverized bone. Titans strode where the ground could bear them, their void shields flashing beneath the impact of orc mega-weapons. Gargants answered from the enemy lines, crude god engines belching smoke and shells, their iron faces painted in savage mockery of kings and beasts. Between them, men died in numbers too large for grief to hold. Saul looked upon Armageddon and felt something colder than awe. A war of this size could swallow any truth. A chapter could vanish here, and the galaxy would call it sacrifice. "Deployment orders confirmed," said a serf officer. "Primary theater, Hive Volcanus, Mountain Bastion approaches. Coordination through local Imperial High Command and Steel Legion Armored Corps." The hololith shifted, magnifying the northern mountain range. Hive Volcanus emerged in ghostly blue, a fortress of industry and stone hammered into the mountainside, its outer walls studded with macro cannon towers and defense laser bastions. Furnace vents glowed along its flanks. Rail arteries ran from its depths into armored mustering yards. Snow fell across the peaks, but it was not clean snow. It was grey and oily, polluted by manufactorum soot, engine ash, and the chemical breath of a world that had forgotten purity before most Imperial bloodlines had begun. Beyond the hive, the mountain passes crawled with war. Steel Legion convoys stretched for leagues, columns of chimeras, basilisks, Lehman Russ battle tanks, Baneblade variants, Trojan support vehicles, fuel carriers, ammunition haulers, and troop transports moving beneath dirty banners and flak fire. Orc spearheads struck at them from ravines and ash flats. Waves of bikes, trucks, battle wagons, looted tanks, stomping walkers, and mobs so dense the Auspex read them as terrain. High volcanus was a throat. The orcs wanted to close their hands around it. The celestial lions would become the teeth that bit those hands off. "Signal all companies," Saul said. "Full descent pattern. We deploy in strength." The answer moved through the fleet like a waking beast. Launch bays opened. Thunderhawks roared from their cradles with azure wings, catching the light of burning ships. Drop pods locked into firing rails. Rhinos, predators, vindicators, and land raiders were secured in heavy descent landers. Dreadnoughts were loaded into armored drop sarcophagi, ancient heroes murmuring through vox grills as their weapon systems awakened. Devastator squads checked heavy bolters, lascannons, plasma cannons, and missile launchers. Tactical squads loaded bolter magazines with hands steady as statues. Assault marines sealed jump pack vents and recited impact litanies. Command squads knelt before banner reliquaries, while death speakers anointed their helms with ash taken from Elysium 9 and Qatar both. No brother mistook Armageddon for absolution, but it was a battlefield that could be understood. The enemy stood before them in green flesh and iron scrap. It bellowed, it charged, it died when properly struck. That was mercy of a kind. The first wave descended through cloud and fire. Thunderhawks plunged between flak bursts and defense laser trails. Orc fighter craft came shrieking from the upper atmosphere, engines coughing black smoke, guns blazing in wild streams. The Lions' escort craft cut them apart with disciplined fire, sending flaming wrecks spinning toward the ash wastes below. Drop pods hammered down through polluted snow and shell smoke, their hulls glowing red from descent. They struck outside the eastern approach to High Volcanus, slamming into rock, mud, wreckage, and orc bodies, with enough force to throw nearby greenskins from their feet. Hatches blew. The celestial lions came out killing. Bolters roared in perfect cadence. The first orc mob charging the drop zone vanished under mass reactive fire, torsos bursting, skulls opening, limbs spinning away in sprays of black blood. Tactical squads advanced from their pods in overlapping fields, not rushing, not shouting, simply erasing everything that moved without Imperial recognition. A knob with a claw the size of a man's torso barreled through the smoke, roaring loud enough to shake ice from nearby rocks. Pride leader Dubaku met it head-on. His bolt pistol punched 2 shells into its chest. The knob barely slowed. Dubaku stepped inside the sweep of the power claw, drove his chainsword into the orc's throat, and opened it from jaw to spine. The beast fell choking on its own blood, and Dubaku crushed its eye beneath his boot as he moved past. No prisoners were taken. There was no reason to take orcs. Alive. A wounded greenskin was not helpless. It was a delayed attack. Lions advanced through the fallen with combat blades in hand, driving points through skulls, eyes, throats, and spinal knots. The motions were quick and merciless. Each corpse was confirmed. Each threat ended. Where orcs crawled with severed legs, they were shot. Where they laughed through broken jaws, they were silenced. Where they played dead beneath heaps of their own kind, the lions burned the heaps with promethium and listened until the screaming stopped. The second wave brought armor. Land raiders rolled from heavy landers, tracks grinding through slag and frozen mud. Their twin lascannons lit the pass with stabbing beams, punching through orc walkers and battle wagons. Predators formed firing lines upon the ridge, autocannons and lascannons working in disciplined sequence. Vindicators advanced behind them, siege shields lowering, demolisher cannons coughing shells into the densest knots of greenskin armor. Rhinos disgorged squads into the lee of broken manufactorum walls, their storm bolters chattering as the brothers inside fanned out to secure the approach. Then, the dreadnoughts landed. Brother Othniel's sarcophagus crashed into the battlefield amid a ring of dust and broken orcs. The ancient warrior straightened, assault cannon whining awake, power fist flexing with hydraulic hunger. A mob of greenskins charged him with axes, saws, cleavers, and lunatic glee. Othniel opened fire. The assault cannon turned the front ranks into a red-black storm. Bodies burst, heads tore free, arms cartwheeled through smoke. The survivors reached him anyway, because orcs were too stupid or too savage to understand fear properly. Othniel caught one in his fist and squeezed until its torso collapsed into pulp. He kicked another hard enough to break it backward against a rockcrete barrier. His heavy flamer ignited, and a sheet of burning promethium washed over the mob, turning crude armor into ovens and green flesh into blistering tar. "Come, beasts," the dreadnought growled through the vox. "I have slept through better wars than you." At first, the lions were magnificent. They broke the first spearhead before it reached the volcanus artillery road. They counterattacked through a ravine choked with orc trucks, killing every driver, gunner, and bellowing passenger in a single brutal push. They used devastator fire to cut apart a battle wagon column, then sent assault marines into the wreckage to butcher the survivors before the orcs could reorganize. They executed their counterstrikes with the stubborn geometry of Dawn's bloodline, anchoring every advance against terrain, every flank guarded, every withdrawal planned before the charge began. The Steel Legion watched them with exhausted reverence. Armageddon guardsmen were not soft men. They were trench-bred, ash-hardened, wrapped in greatcoats and rebreather masks, their souls worn thin by a war that ate regiments whole. Yet even they paused when the celestial lions passed through their lines. Gold and azure giants strode between chimeras and basilisks like judgment-given armor. Where the guardsmen ducked beneath shellfire, the Astartes walked. Where men fired into smoke and prayed, the lions saw targets and killed them. Where the wounded screamed, the life-binders stepped over mortal bodies toward fallen brothers, because a single gene seed was worth more than 1,000 ordinary lives to the arithmetic of the Imperium. Cruel arithmetic. Necessary arithmetic. A Steel Legion colonel met Saul beside a burning command bunker at the edge of the eastern pass. The man's rebreather lenses were scratched, his greatcoat torn, his gloves stiff with dried blood. "My lord Astartes," he said, saluting with a hand that trembled from exhaustion rather than fear. "Your arrival broke the pressure on the convoy routes. We were losing the artillery trains." "You will not lose them today," Saul said. "No, lord, not today." The colonel looked past him as a line of lions moved through wounded orcs with knives. "Do they always do that?" "Yes," the mortal swallowed. "Good." By the second day, the celestial lions had advanced beyond their assigned holding line and destroyed 3 orc staging grounds. One had been a fuel dump built around stolen Imperial promethium tanks. The lions breached the perimeter at dawn beneath cover of mortar smoke, killed the sentries with blades, then detonated the tanks while orc mechanics and drivers were still crawling from their pits. Burning greenskins ran screaming through the camp. Assault squads cut them down before they reached the perimeter. A gargant crew trapped in a half-repaired engine tried to escape through maintenance hatches. Brother Othniel sealed the outer doors with his fist, while Tech Marine Baruch vented promethium through the inner decks. The screams inside went on for several minutes. No brother spoke over them. There were sounds that deserved to be heard. Yet even amid victory, the first wrongness showed its teeth. The eastern ridge coordinates were incorrect. A devastator reserve sent to occupy a marked firing position found nothing but exposed scree and a ravine already occupied by orc looters. 2 brothers died before the squad established cover and annihilated the ambush. The report from High Command blamed outdated cartographic data corrupted by orc signal interference. The estimated size of the greenskin armor mass in the northern pass was wrong by a factor large enough to be obscene. The lions expected a raiding column and met a full mechanized stampede. Predators and vindicators held, but one rhino was flipped and torn open by orc walkers before assault marines could intervene. 3 brothers were recovered in pieces. The official correction cited incomplete aerial reconnaissance due to ash storm interference. Extraction Zone Solace was compromised. Thunderhawks inbound to retrieve wounded were directed to a flatland basin that Auspex listed as clear. It was not clear. It was under observation by Orc flak guns hidden in refinery husks. The first Thunderhawk took a shell beneath the wing and came down hard, carving a burning trench through polluted snow. Its crew survived long enough to transmit enemy positions before Orcs reached the wreck. By the time the Lions recovered the site, the crew had been hacked apart and nailed to the hull plates. Artillery support for the western counterthrust arrived late. Then too early. Then not at all. Each failure had a reason. Fog of war, damaged Vox relays, Orc jamming, overburdened command channels, dead spot interference from mountain or strata, misaligned chronometers aboard guard artillery platforms, conflicting requests from adjacent war zones, emergency redirection by senior command. The reasons piled up like corpses, each one plausible alone, each one rotting beside the others. Vular brought the pattern to Saul in a bunker beneath high volcanus, while shellfire shook dust from the ceiling. Around them, chapter serfs updated maps by hand because cogitator links to high command had failed twice in the same hour. Too many errors, the war leader said. Saul studied the map. Errors are abundant on Armageddon. These ones bleed us. All errors bleed. These bleed with aim. Julkara stood by the bunker entrance, Crozius' head resting against one pauldron. "A knife in the dark," he said. Saul did not answer at once. He wanted to reject it, not because he trusted the hands guiding them, but because Armageddon was already monstrous enough without hidden war threaded through open war. Orcs battered the hive. Guardsmen died by the million. Titans fell in the ash wastes. The air itself seemed to hate lungs. To imagine that, within such a furnace, someone still found patience to misdirect, weaken, and isolate the celestial lions was almost beyond hatred. Almost. "Gather proof," Saul said. Vularac's iron jaw clicked. "Proof will arrive too late." It always does. The next blow came from Imperial guns. 3 Thunderhawks returning from a strike against Orc artillery nests crossed into an allied fire lane after receiving recognition codes from High Volcanus Command. The codes were wrong. Defense batteries along the outer bastion identified them as hostile aircraft. The Lions transmitted correction. The batteries fired anyway. Saul heard the Vox traffic live. "Volcanus batteries, this is Lion Flight Talon Actual. We are loyal Astartes craft on approved vector. Check your codes." Static. "Volcanus batteries, hold fire, hold fire." A defense laser struck the lead Thunderhawk. Its shields flared and died. The beam cut through the port engine and sliced the wing root into molten fragments. The gunship rolled, trailing fire. Its pilot fought the fall for 6 seconds, long enough to steer away from a steel Legion fuel convoy below. Then it struck the side of a mountain and became a sun inside the snow. The second Thunderhawk took flak across its belly, its troop bay depressurized. 2 brothers were thrown into open air, their armor burning as they fell. The gunship managed to limp toward an emergency landing field, shedding parts and bodies. The third returned fire only with warning flares. It would have been within its right to destroy the battery. It did not. The Lions remained loyal. When Saul demanded explanation, High Command sent apology, confusion, and revised recognition protocols. A junior officer had transmitted an outdated code package. The officer was dead by suicide before he could be questioned. His records were incomplete. His immediate superior had been redeployed. The battery logs suffered machine corruption during the exchange. Every answer was fog. Every fog had a hand inside it. The Celestial Lions fought on. They broke another Orc assault before dawn on the 4th day, countercharging through a snowstorm thick with ash. Bolters flashed in the grey murk. Chainswords howled. Orc bodies piled against the defensive berms until the Lions had to climb over them to continue killing. Pride leader Marek led his squad into the largest breach, where nobs in scrap mega armor were crushing Steel Legion infantry against their own trenches. Marek put a plasma shot through one nob's chest, cut the arm from another, and drove his combat blade through the mouth of a third after it had torn the leg from one of his brothers. The breach held. At midday, Saul walked the line beside Vular. Marek stood upon a mound of orc dead, his armor cracked, his helm scarred by axe impacts, his squad reduced but unbroken. Behind him, guardsmen dragged wounded men away from the trench. Ahead, the ash wastes smoked with retreating greenskin engines. Saul raised a fist in acknowledgement. Marek turned toward him. The sniper round entered through the left lens of Marek's helm. It was a clean shot. Not a spray of orc fire, not a ricochet, not a lucky slug from some howling beast in the smoke. The beam was narrow, disciplined, and placed with surgical calm. It punched through the eye lens, crossed the skull, and burst from the rear of the helm in a fine spray of blood, bone, and blackened neural matter. Marek remained standing for half a heartbeat, as though even death needed permission to claim an Adeptus Astartes. Then he fell from the mound of corpses and struck the mud among the orcs he had killed. No greenskin roared in triumph. No crude gun fired again from the smoke. There was only the wind, the artillery thunder, and the slow turn of every celestial lion helm toward the mountains. Vular knelt beside Marek's body and examined the wound. Saul already knew. So did Julkara, arriving through the trench with his Crozius in hand. The Death Speaker looked at the dead Pride leader, then out toward the grey ridges where nothing moved. "Too precise," Vular said. Saul's voice came cold through the vox. "Too disciplined." Julkara finished it. "Too human." The resupply mission died above Armageddon before its pilots understood they had been condemned. 3 Thunderhawks climbed from the killing fields around High Volcanus, their armor scorched by flak, their bellies heavy with empty munition racks, wounded brothers, recovered gene seed, and the battered sarcophagus of an ancient dreadnought whose right arm had been torn away by an orc walker in the ash wastes. Their engines fought the poisoned sky. Their azure wing panels were blackened with soot. Their transponders broadcast the codes issued by Imperial High Command, repeated through sanctified vox, confirmed twice by volcanus air control, and once by an orbital liaison whose voice had been more machine than man. Above them, Imperial guns woke. The first warning was not a voice. It was light. A lance beam cut down through the clouds, clean and white, too precise for orc gunnery, too pure for greenskin madness. It struck the lead Thunderhawk just behind the cockpit. Void hardened plate flashed, ran molten, and opened like a wound beneath a butcher's knife. The gunship lurched as its forward compartments became furnace chambers. The pilots died strapped into their thrones, flesh boiling beneath their helmets, hands locked around control yokes they no longer had nerves to feel. The machine spirit screamed through every linked channel, a shriek of betrayed metal and sacred rage. Inside the troop bay, brothers of the Celestial Lions burned. Ceramite saved them from death for several heartbeats too long. Flames filled the compartment, hungry and white, fed by ruptured promethium lines and ammunition vapors. Oath papers caught fire. Purity seals curled into black petals. One warrior tried to rise, half his breastplate glowing, but the deck tilted beneath him and hurled him into a rack of bolter shells. They cooked off around him, detonating in the enclosed space, tearing red craters through armor and flesh. Another brother braced himself over a wounded serf, shielding the mortal from the fire until the serf's body ruptured beneath the heat and painted the lion's greaves with cooked blood. In the rear cradle, the dreadnought woke fully. Brother Aemon had slept in his sarcophagus between wars for nearly 4 centuries. He had fought pirates in the outer dark, orcs on a dozen worlds, heretics in shrine catacombs, and things without names beneath the crust of a dead moon. He awoke now to warning runes, impact alarms, and the taste of betrayal in the machine link. His single remaining fist clenched hard enough to crack its own servo housings. "Who fires upon the sons of the Emperor?" he roared. No answer came. The second lance strike clipped the gunship's spine. The Thunderhawk broke apart in the sky. Aemon's sarcophagus tore free with half the transport bay around it. He fell through Armageddon's burning air-trailing debris, bodies, ammunition crates, and strips of flaming azure armor. The ancient warrior screamed war oaths as he descended, his vox blasting across every celestial lion's channel. "By blood and memory I remain. By dawn's iron I remain. By the Emperor's wrath I fall upon his enemies." The sarcophagus struck the lower mountain slope with the force of a meteor. Stone shattered. Snow flashed to steam. The impact crater smoked black and red. His life signs vanished in a wash of static. The second Thunderhawk tried to climb. It rolled hard, releasing chaff and flares, broadcasting loyal recognition rights on all frequencies. Orbital batteries tracked it anyway. Macro flak burst around it in savage flowers of iron. One shell detonated beneath the starboard engine. The wing folded. The pilot brought the nose down, fighting to keep the craft from tumbling into a Steel Legion field hospital below. The Thunderhawk smashed through an empty Prometheum depot, bounced, skidded, and came apart across a field of rusted tank traps. Its ammunition hold detonated seconds later, scattering chunks of burning hull and torn bodies across 1/2 kilometer of mud. The third Thunderhawk survived only because its pilot disobeyed the descent corridor. He dropped hard into the mountains, engines screaming red, scraping the belly of the craft across jagged stone, while defense fire walked the clouds above him. He landed without permission in a ravine choked with wreckage and corpses. Its rear ramp fell open onto dead snow. Survivors staggered out, armor aflame, helms cracked, hands gripping weapons that had no visible enemy to answer. Pride leader Dubaku was among the first to reach the wreckage field of the second craft. He came with his squad through ash rain and falling debris, bolters ready, armor dusted grey over the gold. The crash site still burned. The air stank of promethium, hot metal, and roasted meat. A severed Space Marine arm lay half buried in mud, fingers still locked around the grip of a combat blade. A brother crawled from the split belly of the transport, with both legs missing below the knee, dragging himself by one hand while the other clutched a cracked gene seed casket to his chest. Lifebinder K. Tuk moved past Dubaku without a word, white and gold armor streaked black, narthecium unfolding even before he knelt. "Hold," K. Tuk said to the crawling brother. "I have the seed," the warrior rasped. "You have done enough." "I have the seed." K-Tuk took the casket first. Only then did the wounded brother allow himself to die. The recovery teams worked beneath the expectation of another strike. Devastators established firing arcs against empty sky. Tech Marines examined hull scars, Auspex echoes, blast angles, and the spectral residues left by the killing beams. There was no uncertainty in what had fired. Imperial patterns, Imperial calibration, Imperial target. Discipline. Not orc flak, not looted guns, not corrupted machine spirits acting in random malfunction. Loyal guns had tracked loyal craft and killed them with deliberate accuracy. Saul arrived before the fires had fully died. He stepped down from a rhino whose hull was pitted by shrapnel and walked through the crash field in silence. Brothers straightened as he passed. Serfs bowed their heads. Lifebinders did not pause in their bloody work. Astartes' remains were laid out by name where names could still be known. Where they could not, fragments were placed in separate reliquary trays, to be tested, catalogued, and spoken later in the Hall of Memory, if any hall still waited for them beyond this war. Tech Marine Baruch presented the findings. "Orbital fire," he said. "Imperial lance strike from upper command asset. Secondary flak from Allied defense platform. Recognition codes were accepted. then overwritten. "By whom?" Saul asked. Baruch's red helm turned toward the sky. "The record denies itself." Saul looked at the burning wreckage. "That is not an answer. It is the only answer the machine spirits retain." Saul confronted Sector Command from a bunker beneath Volcanus, while the bodies were still cooling. The chamber stank of oil, sweat, and recycled air. Steel Legion officers stood around hololithic tables with the hollow-eyed exhaustion of men who had ordered too many deaths to count and still not ordered enough to win. Above them, Vox screens flickered with the faces of distant commanders, naval liaisons, artillery coordinators, munitorum clerks, and one blank square marked with inquisitorial clearance that transmitted no face at all. Saul stood at the center of the bunker in full plate, towering over every mortal present. "My Thunderhawks were fired upon after transmitting loyal recognition," he said. "One dreadnought is lost. 2 craft are destroyed. Battle brothers are dead by Imperial guns. I require the name of the officer who authorized the strike." A naval liaison appeared through static, face pale, voice flattened by distance. "Lord Captain, initial review suggests battlefield confusion amid heavy greenskin signal contamination." Greenskin signal contamination did not operate an Imperial lance battery. "No, Lord. However hostile spoofing may have corrupted identification matrices. Our codes were confirmed. Records are incomplete. Then complete them." The liaison swallowed. The blank inquisitorial square remained silent. A munitorum functionary attempted to speak and failed twice before finding words. "Sector Command regrets the incident. The scale of operations around Armageddon has overloaded standard airspace coordination, and several craft from multiple formations have suffered misidentification." "Misidentification," Saul repeated. The word was so cold that one of the mortal officers looked away. "My brothers burned alive in ceramite because of misidentification." No one answered. The delay stretched. The denial hardened. Responsibility dissolved into static, sealed channels, dead officers, corrupted logs, and phrases chosen to give murder the texture of accident. Battlefield confusion, fog of war, signal saturation, overburdened command, tragic loss, regrettable friendly fire, friendly fire. Julkara stood behind Saul like a black statue of judgment. When the channel closed, his Crozius tapped once against the bunker floor. "A friendly blade still opens the throat." Saul turned toward the hololith. Orc formations were gathering along the ash-waste approach to the southern armor road. Command icons shifted. Orders arrived through sanctioned channels. The Lions were to advance. Again. They advanced before dawn, beneath a sky the color of old bruises. The ash-waste armored breakthrough began as a necessary counterstroke. Orc speed freaks and battle wagon mobs had broken around the flank of a Steel Legion convoy route, threatening to cut fuel and ammunition to hive Volcanus's western batteries. The Celestial Lions were ordered to spearhead the assault through a dry basin where the ash lay deep enough to swallow tracks and hide mines. Intelligence claimed the Orc force was light and disorganized. It was neither. The basin erupted as the Lions entered. Warbikes burst from ash dunes with engines screaming, riders firing wildly, tusks bared in idiot joy. Battle wagons crashed through. Smoke, deaf rollers spinning, armor plates painted red and black. Looted Lehman Russ tanks opened fire from positions that had been marked clear. Rockets corkscrewed overhead, some striking nothing, some finding rhinos with obscene luck. The first Celestial Lions transport exploded in a flower of shrapnel and burning bodies. The brothers inside emerged through flame, some limping, one missing an arm, all firing. Saul led the center from a land raider whose lion skull reliquary had been blackened by the previous day's ash. Its lascannons punched through a looted tank and turned the crew compartment into cooked green pulp. Predators took firing positions behind slag ridges, their autocannons hammering buggies apart wheel by wheel. Vindicators advanced into the thickest orc mass and fired demolisher shells at close range. Whole knots of greenskins vanished into fountains of blood, scrap, and churned mud. The lions broke the spearhead. They always did. Dubaku's squad boarded a battle wagon after its engine stalled, climbing the hull under fire. An orc leaned from a turret hatch and laughed in his face. The gold boys came back. Good. They make the best crunch. Dubaku drove his combat blade through the beast's throat and ripped sideways, opening the neck to the spine. Brother Amaru dropped a grenade into the crew hold. The explosion blew orcs out through every hatch, some burning, some in pieces, all dead or soon made dead. The lions moved through them with knives. Wounded beasts received blades through eye sockets. Knobs too stubborn to die were shot in the skull until there was no skull left. By midday, the convoy route was clear. By dusk, the victory had become a trap. The support armor assigned to exploit the breach had been redirected. The artillery smoke promised for withdrawal never came. The lions had opened the road, but no Imperial column moved through it for hours. Orc reinforcements flooded the basin from the northern gulches, drawn by the noise and the sight of gold armor. The celestial lions withdrew in good order, but withdrawal still cost them. A predator was immobilized and scuttled. A rhino burned. 3 brothers were carried away in stasis caskets. 1 was not recovered at all. The official report praised their tactical success. It did not mention that the success had achieved nothing. The hive wall defense came 2 days later. Hive Volcanus's eastern macro cannon towers were under pressure from an orc infantry surge too large for ordinary numbers. It was not a formation. It was a living flood, a continent of green bodies pouring through shell holes, trench lines, wreck yards, and the bones of previous assaults. The lions were ordered to reinforce Wall Bastion Kordax, where Steel Legion units had been reduced to 1/3 of fighting strength and still refused to give ground. When Saul reached the wall, he found guardsmen firing from positions made of sandbags, corpses, and broken armor plate. Their rebreathers were clogged. Their eyes were red behind cracked lenses. Commissars walked the line with pistols drawn, though most no longer needed threats to stand. The wall shook beneath orc artillery. Macro cannon towers fired overhead, each discharge turning the air into a pressure wave that rattled teeth in mortal skulls. The celestial lions took the breach. They stood where the wall had cracked and made themselves into a golden gate. Orcs came up the rubble slope in roaring masses. The lions met them with bolter fire so disciplined it seemed almost serene. Each burst killed. Each reload was covered. Devastators cut lanes through the horde with heavy bolters and plasma cannons. Assault marines descended into the press like falling executioners, chainswords shredding faces, arms, bellies, and throats. Othniel's absence was felt, but other dreadnoughts still strode the breach. Brother Malchior tore a killer can in half, then used its twitching chassis as cover, while his multi-melter reduced a knob mob to steam and cooked bone. The wall held. The orcs learned a name for them that day. Shiny deadens, they bellowed from the lower slopes, laughing, pointing, dying. Send the shiny deadens. They always where it hurts. There was truth in the insult. The lions were always where it hurt. They were ordered to the points of greatest pressure, the worst breaches, the thinnest lines, the positions already half lost. They won them back with blood and ceramite. Then, each time, the support that should have secured the victory came late, misdirected, under strength, or not at all. Wall Bastion Kordax survived, but the adjacent supply bastion fell while the lions were fixed in place. The orcs did not breach through the golden warriors. They simply poured around a seam high command had not reinforced. Again, tactical victory. Again, strategic loss. Beneath Volcanus, the tunnel purge proved worse. Orcs had entered the hive's underways through old thermal ducts and mine galleries, dragging crude generators, glyph idols, squig packs, and heavy weapons into the dark. They were moving beneath the eastern gun towers, preparing charges large enough to collapse an entire wall section. Intelligence claimed a narrow infestation. Saul took 3 squads, 2 lifebinders, Spirit Walker Azada, and a unit of Steel Legion tunnel fighters into the depths. The maps were wrong. Whole corridors listed as sealed stood open. Marked choke points led into vast processing caverns. Auspex returns multiplied in the dark. Orc laughter rolled through the pipes like a living thing. The smell was almost physical. A wall of fungus stink, oil, excrement, blood, and overheated machinery. The purge became a slaughter in lightless corridors. Flamers did the first work. Promethium washed through duct junctions and maintenance chapels, turning orcs into thrashing torches. Bolters fired at muzzle flash distance. Chainswords screamed in spaces too narrow for clean swings, teeth grinding against armor, bone, and pipe metal alike. Steel Legion tunnel fighters died bravely and in pieces. One was bitten in half by a squig the size of a small tank. Another kept firing after an orc cleaver opened his belly, his intestines steaming against the deck until a lion stepped over him and put a bolt through the beast that had killed him. Azada moved at the center of the formation, psychic hood crackling faintly, force staff held low. He was not like Julkara. His silence did not feel funereal. It felt listening. He tasted the shadows ahead, searched for the warp stink of sorcery, demonic laughter, witchcraft, anything that might explain the accumulating wrongness around them. He found none. When the lions reached the main cavern, they found far more than a sabotage cell. They found an underground mustering ground where hundreds of orcs had gathered around drill rigs and explosives, chanting to the beat of hammers on metal. Charges had already been planted into the hive's bones. The lions attacked without waiting for orders from above. They killed through the cavern in a storm of fire. Dubaku took a burner blast across the chest and kept moving, smashing the orc's face apart with the butt of his bolter. K-Tuk dragged gene seed from a fallen brother under covering fire, while orcs tried to hook him with chains. Saul cut down a meganob in the center of the chamber, severing its weapon arm, then driving his sword through the throat seal until black blood burst across his gauntlets. Azada stood before the largest explosive rig and raised his staff. The air bent. Orcs stumbled, clutching their skulls as invisible pressure crushed their thoughts. Detonator lines snapped. Crude glyph screens burst. The Spirit Walker's eyes shone behind his lenses. When it was over, the charges were disabled. The wall was saved. But the purge had taken too long because the maps had lied. Above, another orc attack struck a different gate while the lions were underground. The reserves meant to cover it had been sent to a sector already secure. Hundreds of guardsmen died buying the time command had squandered. Azada found Saul afterward in a shrine alcove beneath the hive, where old machine icons dripped with condensation and blood. "There is no warp hand in this," the Spirit Walker said. Saul cleaned orc blood from his blade with a strip of torn banner cloth. "You are certain." "As certain as flesh can be beneath this sky." I felt rage, fear, orc hunger, mortal despair. No demon guided those orders. No witch twisted those maps. What then? Azada looked upward, though stone, metal, and kilometers of hive lay between them and the command chambers. Human malice, hidden behind seals. For a long moment, only the pipes spoke. Then the Vox rune on Saul's helm pulsed with incoming priority. War leader Vularak's voice came through, harsh with static. "Captain, new intelligence from Sector Command. High value target. Orc warlord Togfang has established gargant production inside the Mannheim Gap." Saul said nothing. Vularak continued. "The engines are listed as unfinished, vulnerable. A rapid strike could cripple the entire orc push against Volcanus." Julkara's earlier words seemed to return from the walls. A knife in the dark is still held by a hand. Saul looked to Azada. The Spirit Walker's face was hidden behind his helm, but his voice carried the weight of a funeral bell. Unfinished engines, he said. In the worst killing ground on this front. Offered to us now. The vox crackled again. Vular waited. Saul sheathed his blade. Summon the war leaders, he said. We will hear the lie in full. The Mannheim gap waited like a wound. The planet refused to close. It lay beyond the eastern approaches to high volcanus, a colossal scar split through the mountains by tectonic rage and the footfalls of wars older than most men's bloodlines. From orbit, it had looked like a black incision across Armageddon's iron hide. From the ground, it was worse. It was a canyon system of broken stone, ash-choked flats, collapsed manufactorum roads, and cliffs burned glassy by ancient engine fire. Whole sections of the pass were lined with the bones of dead god machines. Titan femurs of adamantium jutted from the rock like the ribs of buried saints. Warlord-class armor plates, rusted and half-melted, formed hills beneath drifts of grey ash. The skull of some long-dead Imperial engine lay embedded in a slope, its cathedral eyes empty, its brow split by a weapon strike that had happened generations before the current war had begun. The orcs had made a kingdom of the grave. Scrap fortresses clung to the canyon walls, bolted to the stone with chains thick as hab corridors. Rusted walkways crossed impossible drops. Smokestacks belched black filth from workshops carved into the cliffs. Cranes made from stolen Imperial loading arms swung over the abyss, dangling armor plates, engines, guns, and screaming captives. Glyph banners snapped in the dust wind. Crude idols of tusked gods had been welded to fallen Titan armor and painted with blood. Engines hammered without rhythm from within the workshops, each impact rolling through the pass like the pulse of a diseased heart. The air tasted of metal. Captain Saul stood atop the command ridge and looked down into the gap through magnified helm lenses. Beside him, war leader Vular studied the same ruin, iron jaw locked, one hand resting on the grip of his power sword. Death Speaker Julkara stood behind them with his Crozius planted in the ash. Spirit Walker Azada was silent, his force staff held in both hands, the psychic hood around his helm flickering with faint internal light. Below and behind them, roughly 500 celestial lions made ready for war. 500. The number should have been a spear strong enough to pierce a lesser world. 500 Adeptus Astartes in gold and azure, with armor support, Thunderhawk wings, Dreadnought ancients, Devastator cadres, Melter teams, assault squads, tactical prides, command elements, lifebinders, tech marines, and the chapter's wrath burning hotter than the furnace winds of volcanus. 500 celestial lions should have been a sentence of death pronounced upon any greenskin engine yard in the sector. On Armageddon, the number felt small, not weak, never weak, but small before the scale of the slaughter, small before the orc tide, small before the silent pattern of wrong orders and dead brothers, small before the gap, which seemed built by the galaxy itself to swallow armies and grind their names from history. The plan was flawless upon parchment. That alone made Saul mistrust it. A fast armored thrust would drive along the eastern floor of the canyon, predators and land raiders forming the spearhead, while rhinos delivered melter teams into the outer workshops. Devastator squads would occupy the ridgeline, establishing overlapping fire arcs across the gargant yards. Thunderhawks would strike from above, crippling cranes, fuel stores, ammunition silos, and exposed engine decks. Assault marines would descend into the confusion, severing command mobs and preventing the greenskins from organizing a countercharge. The dreadnoughts would anchor the center. Extraction would begin before the orcs could pull heavy reinforcements from the deeper tunnel networks. On the hololith, it had looked like war as it should be. Dangerous, costly, necessary, winnable. The intelligence claimed Togfang's gargants were unfinished. Saul did not believe it. He had told Vular as much in the hours before dawn, beneath a canvas command shrine that snapped and cracked in the dust wind. "The engines are vulnerable because they wish us to see them vulnerable," Saul said. Vularak's iron jaw clicked once. "Then we strike as though they are armed. We strike as though we are already betrayed." The war leader looked toward the gathered lions. "Then why commit so many?" Saul stared down into the gap, where red furnace light glowed through the storm like the eyes of buried beasts. "Because if the engines are real, and we do not strike, high volcanus bleeds. If the intelligence is false, and we withdraw, command marks us coward and redirects us elsewhere under worse terms. If the trap is sprung, better it closes around brothers who know the teeth are coming." Vularak accepted the words with a slow nod. That was the curse of command. To see the blade and still place the hand upon it because duty demanded pressure. The attack began beneath a sky of bruised iron. Thunderhawks descended first, their engines howling over the ridges, azure wing panels cutting through dust clouds and flak haze. They came low, hard and fast, heavy bolters and lascannons tracking the exposed structures of the gargant yards. Behind them, on the canyon floor, land raiders rolled forward with siege calm, their tracks crushing orc scrap, bone fragments, and the remains of old minefields beneath their weight. Predators fanned out along the advance corridors. Vindicators growled between them, demolisher cannons lowered like clenched fists. Rhinos followed in disciplined formation, each one bearing warriors whose bolters were loaded, whose blades were blessed, whose silence was colder than the wind. The ridgeline came alive with lions. Devastator squads took their positions among shattered titan bones and blackened rock. Lascannon teams locked braces into the stone. Missile launchers angled downward. Heavy bolters fed belt after belt into hungry chambers. Tech Marines released servo skulls, whose tiny engines whined as they drifted into the dust, scanning ranges, heat signatures, and structural weaknesses. The first firing coordinates flowed across the command net in clean, disciplined bursts. Saul advanced in the central thrust, riding within the Land Raider indomitable roar. Its interior smelled of machine oil, sanctified incense, old blood, and the ozone breath of charged weapon systems. Around him stood his command squad, helms sealed, weapons locked. Julkara rode with them, black armor almost swallowing the lumen glow. K-Tuk, last in the line of lifebinders assigned to Saul's group, checked gene seed extraction rites and surgical tools with the calm of a priest preparing a funeral before the bodies had fallen. "Final auspex," Saul voxed. "Multiple heat sources," came Baruch's reply from the Armurium channel. "High engine activity within the yards. Armor silhouettes match gargant hull frames. Status unclear. External weapons? Negative. No live barrels detected." Azada's voice entered the net, low and strained. "I taste no witchcraft, only noise, orc minds, too many, too eager." Julkara answered, "Eagerness is not proof of ignorance." "No," Saul said, "it is proof they are waiting." The first shots were theirs. At Saul's command, the ridge vanished behind disciplined fire. Lascannon beams stabbed across the gap and struck the nearest gargant frame in the chest, burning through plates of red scrap armor and stolen Imperial adamantium. Missile salvos followed, spiraling downward and erupting across fuel pipes, scaffolds, and gun platforms. Thunderhawks screamed over the yards and loosed storm-strike missiles into cranes and ammunition stacks. The explosions rolled through the workshops in beautiful, savage sequence. Towers collapsed. Orc mechanics vanished in gouts of fire. A half-built stomper toppled sideways into a foundry pit, crushing scores of greenskins beneath its weight. The lions advanced. The orcs screamed back. They came boiling from sheds, tunnels, gantries, and scrap barricades. Mobs charged without order or fear, firing sluggers into the sky, swinging axes, cleavers, chain blades, and crude power claws. The first wave met bolter fire and ceased to be a wave. Mass reactive shells tore through green bodies, bursting torsos, exploding skulls, ripping arms free at the shoulders. Orcs fell in heaps. More climbed over them. The canyon floor became black with blood, red with fire, and green with bodies still trying to kill while dying. Then the gargants woke. All of them. The so-called unfinished engines opened their eyes. Red lamps ignited across their iron faces. Exhaust stacks belched columns of black smoke. Armor plates that had appeared unfastened slammed into position with hydraulic force. Crude gun arms rotated. Mega cannons lowered. Belly guns cycled. Rocket racks unfolded from behind plates, arranged to look like scaffolding. Crew decks howled with orc laughter. Hundreds of brutes bellowing inside metal gods that had been ready long before the lions entered the gap. They had not been unfinished. They had been waiting with their guns cold and their mouths shut. The largest engine turned toward the ridge where the devastators had been ordered to emplace. Its primary weapon fired. A section of the ridge disappeared. Rock, ceramite, weapons, bodies, and titan bone erupted into the sky in a single dirty bloom. Brother Marcellus and his Lascanon team were there one heartbeat, gone the next, reduced to fragments thrown across 300 meters of burning stone. The shockwave tossed another squad from their firing ledge. One brother struck the canyon wall below and burst open inside his armor. Another hung from a broken support cable, firing one-handed until a second shell erased him and the cable together. Orc artillery opened from concealed pits across the canyon. The world became impact. Shells screamed down upon the lions with brutal, pre-sighted accuracy. Not random greenskin enthusiasm, not the usual roaring waste of ammunition. The first salvo struck the devastator positions. The second walked along the armored spearhead. The third landed among the reserve rhinos, waiting in the entry corridor. Vehicles flipped, split, burned. A Vindicator took a shell through its top plate and detonated from within, its demolisher ammunition turning the tank into a blossom of fire and screaming metal. A rhino ramp blew open, and brothers emerged already burning, still raising bolters, still answering until a second barrage turned them into fragments of gold plate and red meat. "Disperse," Saul ordered. "All units, advance through fire. Close with the yards. Devastators, shift targets to active weapons. Thunderhawks, strike the artillery pits." The command net filled with acknowledgements, static, casualty reports, and death. The indomitable roar rocked as a shell struck close enough to lift one track from the ground. Inside, warning runes flared. Julkara did not move. K-Tuk braced one hand against the interior shrine and continued reciting the canticle of preservation for brothers already dead. The assault could still work. For a moment, against all reason, it did. The celestial lions answered betrayal with power. Lascanons cut into the awakened gargants. One beam punched through an engine's knee joint and fused the crude pistons within. The gargant staggered, bellowing through vox horns shaped like tusked mouths, and fell sideways into a workshop, crushing its own crew sheds beneath thousands of tons of metal. Devastators shifted from orderly fire to vengeance fire, burning weapons off stompers, cutting ammo belts, igniting fuel sacks, and taking orc artillery apart, piece by piece, even as their own squads were torn open by return barrages. Thunderhawks came in low enough to scrape smokestacks. One banked hard between two canyon towers and poured fire into an artillery pit, heavy bolters stitching the gun crews into shredded green sludge before missiles struck the ammunition dump. The blast climbed the canyon wall in a pillar of orange and black. Another Thunderhawk took a rocket volley through its starboard wing, spun into a gantry, and exploded in a rain of burning armor plates and human remains. Its death killed more orcs than its guns had. The armored spearhead hit the outer yards. Land raiders smashed through scrap barricades. Assault ramps dropped. The lions came out at a run. This was where they became terrible. Melter teams advanced through heavy fire and burned holes through gargant ankle plates, engine compartments, and crew hatches. The heat turned metal white, and then liquid. Orcs inside screamed as their cockpits became furnaces. One stomper tried to reverse, its belly gun still firing, but Brother Othran's dreadnought slammed into its leg with a chain fist and tore the limb open in a spray of sparks and fluid. The engine toppled, its crew spilling from emergency hatches. Othran crushed them beneath adamantium feet until the ground was slick. Assault marines descended into the workshops with jump packs screaming. Chainswords rose and fell in brutal rhythm. Orc heads flew. Arms spun away. Bellies opened, spilling black blood and ropey organs across scrap decking. One knob caught a lion by the throat and slammed him through a metal wall. The brother rose with half his helm crushed, drove a crack grenade into the knob's mouth, and held the jaw shut until the explosion burst the beast's skull apart and painted him in steaming fragments. Dubaku led a pride into the leftward foundry yard, where a cluster of orc engineers were trying to bring a secondary engine to readiness. He shot the first 3 through the head, split the 4th from collar to groin with his chainsword, and shoulder-charged the 5th into a furnace hatch. The orc thrashed, its hands clawing at his pauldron, laughing even as heat peeled the skin from its face. "Shiny deaden," it gurgled. "You's all dead." Dubaku shoved it fully into the furnace. "Yes," he said, "but not before you." The hatch closed. The screaming ended in smoke. Saul disembarked into the heart of the yard. His command squad formed around him. Julkara strode at his side, Crozius crackling with power, smashing orcs apart with each 2-handed blow. Saul's sword burned through armor and flesh, its field leaving blue after-images in the smoke. He killed a knob with a cut through the throat, another by driving his blade up beneath the jaw, a third by emptying his bolt pistol into its chest until it came apart. Around him, the chapter advanced over ruin, wounded but not broken, betrayed but not stopped. For a single impossible span of time, the lions nearly won. Astartes' violence bent the battle by force of will. Gargants burned, stompers fell, orc mobs broke against disciplined fire, artillery pits vanished under Thunderhawk strikes, melter teams reached engine cores, tech marines marked structural weaknesses and redirected devastator beams with machine-cold precision. The gap shook beneath the punishment of transhuman war. Then the ground opened behind them. The first tunnel mouth burst beneath the reserve line. Ash, rock, and metal plating geysered upward as buried hatches blew apart. Orcs poured out screaming. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands. They erupted from the canyon floor, from side walls, from old mining shafts, from beneath the titan bones, from pits hidden under scrap and corpse piles. They came behind the lions, cutting them from the extraction corridor, flooding the ground between the armored thrust and the ridge. Some wore crude armor, some carried burners, some dragged heavy guns on chains, some rode roaring bikes up from ramps hidden beneath false rock. The flanks collapsed into madness. Speed freaks hit first. War bikes screamed along the canyon walls, engines red-hot, riders firing wildly into the lions' side formations. Buggies bounced over wreckage, saw blades spinning, gunners whooping as they sprayed big shooter rounds into exposed squads. Scorcher wagons roared close and vomited burning Prometheum substitute over brothers, already engaged in melee. Gold armor vanished beneath sheets of flame. A brother walked out of the fire with his bolter raised, killed the driver with a perfect burst, then fell when a bike-mounted knob took his head from his shoulders with a chain axe. "Rear contact," Vular voxed. "Massive emergence. They were beneath us." "Hold the extraction corridor," Saul ordered. "It no longer exists." A shell burst near Saul, throwing him against a slab of armor plate. He rose with warning runes flashing across his vision. His left pauldron was cracked. Blood ran down his side beneath the armor. Around him, command icons began to vanish from the tactical display. Not all were killed by orcs. The sniper fire began from the mountains. The first shot took a lifebinder crossing open ground toward a fallen squad leader. The beam entered beneath the helm rim and exited through the opposite side in a fine burst of blood and cooked bone. The apothecary fell with his narthecium still extended. A second lifebinder moved to recover both him and the fallen. Another shot struck through the left eye lens. He dropped beside the first. Longlass, Imperial pattern, clean, disciplined, patient. Snipers, Azada voxed. High ridge, human weapons. Mark them, Saul demanded. I cannot. The dust hides them. The shadow hides them. Another shot cut through the command net. A pride leader died mid-order, helm snapping back as the beam punched through his visor. A banner bearer fell with a smoking hole through his throat seal. A Vox specialist attempting to relay revised extraction coordinates was killed by a round that entered the side of his helm, where the armor had been weakened by shrapnel. The shots came only when they mattered. Officers, lifebinders, Vox, command, eyes and throats, future and order. The orcs killed with noise, the hidden shooters killed with silence. Saul understood then that the gap was not merely a trap. It was a slaughterhouse prepared with two butchers. The celestial lions did not break. They were cut apart, burned, crushed, buried, and shot from hidden ridges, but they did not break. Squads formed circles around wounded brothers and gene seed caskets. Devastators lowered heavy weapons and fired into the rear tide at point-blank range until orcs buried them beneath bodies. Dreadnoughts became islands in the green flood, crushing, burning, and tearing until they were dragged down by weight of numbers. One ancient brother detonated his reactor rather than be overrun, taking half a tunnel mouth and hundreds of orcs into white oblivion. Julkara's voice rose through the Vox, harsh and absolute. By blood and memory stand. By blood and memory kill. Let no brother die unheard. Names began to move across the channel, warriors speaking their own deaths, squad leaders naming the fallen before the signal vanished, lifebinders reporting gene seed unrecovered, tech marines invoking destruction rights over crippled tanks. The chapter was becoming memory in real time. Vular fought on the far right of the yard, cut off from Saul by burning wreckage and the green tide. His command squad had been reduced to 3 brothers, then 2, then 1. His power sword blazed with blue fire, cutting through orc bodies faster than they could fall. His iron jaw was cracked. One arm hung damaged at his side, yet he kept moving, kept killing, kept drawing orcs toward him and away from a knot of wounded lions attempting to withdraw through a collapsed gantry. A stomper lurched near him, its leg already crippled by melter fire. Vular climbed it. He went up through smoke and sparks, driving his blade into seams, hauling himself by armor plates slick with oil and blood. Orcs leaned over the railings and swung down at him. He cut one in half, shot another through the mouth, caught a third by the throat, and hurled it screaming into the canyon below. He reached the crew deck and vanished inside. For 12 heartbeats, the stomper continued firing. Then blue light burst from its face. The engine staggered, lurched, and crashed sideways into a scrap tower. Orcs spilled from it burning. Vular emerged from the wreck through a curtain of flame, armor blackened, sword still lit, a dead mech's severed head clutched in his fist. The surviving lions around him roared his name. Then the shadow fell. It came from the inner yard, where the largest of the gargants had not yet moved. Not because it was unfinished, not because it was damaged, because something greater had been waiting beneath it, something that used even a war engine as a throne. Thogfang descended. The orc warlord came down from the belly ramp of the gargant, like a nightmare given muscle. He was enormous even among his kind, a slab of green brutality clad in plates torn from Imperial tanks and the hulls of dead walkers. His tusks were capped in iron. His jaw was bolted with metal, where some ancient wound had failed to kill him. Trophy chains hung from his shoulders, bearing helmets, skulls, engine parts, and scraps of gold ceramite taken from newly dead lions. In one hand, he carried a cleaver large enough to split a rhino hatch. In the other, a power claw crackled with ugly blue force, each blade thick as a mortal man's torso. He saw Vular. He smiled. Across the broken yard, Saul tried to reach him. Orcs surged between them. A sniper round cracked against Saul's helm and glanced from the reinforced brow, throwing sparks across his vision. Julkara smashed a path forward, roaring litanies now, but the tide closed as fast as they opened it. "Vularak," Saul voxed, "withdraw to my position." The war leader turned beneath Thogfang's shadow. His answer was calm. "No path remains. Make one." "I am!" Thogfang bellowed with laughter that shook loose scrap from the broken gargant above. "Gold boss," the warlord roared. "I's gonna eat the shiny bit first." Vularak raised his sword. The last surviving brother of his command squad tried to stand beside him. A sniper shot killed him instantly, the beam cutting through the helm lens and bursting the back of his skull in a red mist. Vularak did not look away from Thogfang. The orc warlord descended toward him through smoke, flame, and falling ash, each step shaking the corpse-littered ground. Saul fought to reach him. The gap closed like teeth. The battle lasted 3 hours, and in those 3 hours, the Mannheim gap became an execution chamber large enough to hold the death of a chapter. Time did not move there as it moved elsewhere. It broke apart beneath shellfire, became fragments of light, impact, heat, pain, command bursts, screaming vox, and the wet percussion of bodies rupturing inside ceramite.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The first hour had been battle. The second had been disaster. The third was no longer war in any noble sense spoken in fortress chapels or carved into the stones of remembrance. It was slaughter conducted under a sky of ash, with orc guns bellowing from every ridge and human rifles whispering from places no greenskin mind would ever have chosen. War leader Vularak stood beneath Thogfang's shadow and did not retreat. His armor was split from shoulder to hip. His iron jaw hung loose from its right hinge, sparking where the augmetic had been broken by a glancing blow. One of his lenses was cracked. His left arm was dead at his side, fingers locked uselessly around the empty air, but his right hand still held his power sword. Its field spat blue light in the smoke, the blade's edge fouled by orc blood, machine oil, and fragments of bone. Around him lay the ruin of his command squad. Not bodies, not whole ones. Pieces, gold plate torn open, hands still gripping bolters. A helm crushed flat with the face inside it, pressed through the mouth grill in a clot of red and grey. Thogfang came on laughing. The orc warlord was a moving wall of meat, armor, smoke, and trophies. He had taken wounds already. Lascannon burns scored his breastplate. One tusk had been cracked at the root. A chainsword cut had opened his thigh and spilled black blood down his leg in sheets, but the wound only made him louder. His power claw snapped open and shut, each blade whining with stolen energy. His cleaver dragged sparks from the ground. "Gold, boss!" Thogfang roared, voice shaking ash from the broken gantries above. "Use shiny, use loud, use mine." Vularak answered with action. He moved faster than his ruin should have allowed. The first stroke carved through Thogfang's forearm plate and bit into the muscle beneath. The second cut across the orc's chest, opening armor, hide, and meat in a smoking line. The third nearly took the warlord's throat. Thogfang jerked back, laughing as blood sprayed from his neck, then swung the cleaver with enough force to pulp a lesser warrior from skull to groin. Vularak turned the blow aside, but not fully. The impact drove him to one knee and cracked the stone beneath him. His sword arm trembled. His armor howled damage warnings into the command net. Saul heard them all through the roar of the battle, while he fought across the yard, every step toward Vularak bought with bodies. "War leader," Saul voxed. "Stand." Vularak rose. "I stand." Thogfang struck again. This time the power claw caught him. It closed around Vularak's torso with a shriek of splitting ceramite. Gold plate buckled. Rib bones snapped loudly enough for Saul to hear over the vox. The war leader drove his sword downward, burying it through one of the claw's joints, and blue fire burst across the mechanism. Thogfang howled, not in pain but delight, and lifted him from the ground. Vularak did not scream. He triggered the mag locks on his remaining grenades. "By blood," he said. Saul knew. No. And memory. The grenades detonated against Thogfang's chest. Fire engulfed them both. Shrapnel punched outward. The orc warlord staggered, armor torn, flesh hanging from him in burnt ropes. Vularak fell free and struck the ground hard, his sword gone, his right arm severed below the elbow. For one heartbeat, it seemed impossible that even an orc could rise from that fire. Then Thogfang's claw came down. It pinned Vularak to the ground. The orc bent over him, opened a mouth big enough to swallow a mortal head whole, and bit into the war leader's upper body. The command net became a howl. Thogfang tore. Ceramite cracked between his teeth. Bone broke. Vularak's blood burst across the orc's jaw in a hot fan. The warlord shook him like a beast worrying prey, then dragged the ruined torso upward and bit again, deeper, through armor, flesh, and the sacred organs within. The sound was obscene. Not the clean death of blade or shell. It was wet, grinding, animal. Vularak's life signs flared, drowned in static, then flatlined as Thogfang swallowed a mouthful of the last war leader's body and roared with red meat hanging from his tusks. Across Mannheim, every surviving celestial lion heard it. Some roared, some cursed, some said nothing and killed faster. Saul drove his sword through an orc's face and shoved the corpse aside, but the green tide closed before him. The hidden rifles spoke again from the mountains. A brother to Saul's left died with a neat hole through his throat seal. Another, trying to mark the ridge position, lost the back of his helm in a flash of last fire. The enemy no one could reach was cutting the chapter's tendons, while the orcs broke its bones. Death Speaker Julkara refused despair. His voice entered the vox like a funeral bell struck by an executioner's hammer. "Lions of Elysium 9, hear me. The war leader is spoken. His death is witnessed. His name is not Ash. Kill." His Crozius rose and fell. It had begun the battle as a weapon of office, black and gold, its power field bright and steady around the lion's skull head. Now its haft was cracked, its casing scored by bullets, its field stuttering with each impact. Julkara swung it two-handed into the face of a knob and caved the creature's skull inward. The orc collapsed with its head folded around the Crozius head in a mess of teeth, bone plates, and pulped brain. Julkara wrenched the weapon free and struck another across the knee, shattering the joint, then brought the Crozius down onto its spine until the beast stopped moving. "By the master of mankind, stand," he killed as he chanted. "By Dawn's unyielding blood, stand." An orc's axe struck his pauldron and bit deep. Julkara turned, caught the haft beneath one boot, and smashed the Crozius into the orc's chest. Ribs exploded inward. The beast vomited black blood across his armor. "By the dead beneath our feet, stand." His weapon flickered. Still, he swung. Lifebinder K-Tuk moved through the slaughter as though the battlefield were a surgical chamber that had forgotten its walls. His white and gold armor was no longer white. It was blackened by soot, striped with red, and splashed with the dark blood of orcs. His narthecium was open, saws and extraction needles flexing like the mouthparts of some sacred insect. He ran not toward safety, but toward the fallen. Every dead brother was a fortress breached. Every progenoid lost was a future extinguished. In the arithmetic of extinction, flesh mattered less than seed. A brother named Malak lay beneath a wrecked rhino, his lower body crushed flat, his helm missing, his face unrecognizable beneath burns and impacts. He still lived when K-Tuk reached him. "Lifebinder," Malak rasped. "I am here. Take it." "I will." A sniper shot cracked against the wreck beside K-Tuk, close enough to flash paint from his helm. He ignored it. The narthecium saw bit through armor seals and flesh. Malak's breath became a wet rattle. Orcs surged toward them. Dubaku and 2 brothers stepped into their path, bolters firing point blank, each shot turning green torsos into bursting sacks of blood and meat. K-Tuk extracted the first progenoid. Malak died during the second. The lifebinder sealed the gene seed casket and rose. A last beam punched through the head of a brother guarding him. The shot entered through the eye lens and exited behind the ear. The lion collapsed without a sound. K-Tuk looked toward the ridge. Another lifebinder crossed open ground. 50 meters away, sprinting toward a fallen devastator whose armor beacons still pulsed with recoverable gene seed. The apothecary made 4 strides before his helm snapped back. He dropped to his knees, narthecium twitching. A second shot entered the back of his head as he fell. K-Tuk voxed the command net. "They are targeting us." Saul heard him through static, bolter fire, and the dying cries of squads whose icons had become red. "Withdraw from exposed recoveries." "No, that is an order. The chapter dies if I obey." K-Tuk moved again. Spirit Walker Azada found the shape of the unseen enemy only moments before his death. He stood upon the broken back of a fallen stomper, force staff raised, psychic hood flashing with ghostlight as he tried to pierce the dust and smoke. Around him, a squad of lions held a half circle against orcs climbing the wreckage. His mind stretched outward, not into the warp's screaming deeps, but across the battlefield's living surface. Orc minds burned like crude furnaces, hot, loud, joyful, simple in their hatred. Astartes' minds were iron stars, disciplined even as they died. Mortal guardsmen minds flickered far away near the hive lines, fear wrapped in duty. But there, on the ridges, were other minds, cold, controlled, hidden behind ritual focus and trained stillness. Human. Azada's voice cut through the net. "The shots are not orcish. Repeat. The ridge shooters are human, Imperial weapons, trained marksmen beneath sealed command silence. This is not accident. This is not fog. This is murder." A beam of last fire entered his right eye lens. For an instant, his psychic hood flared bright enough to paint every orc around him in white light. Then the back of his helm burst outward in a fan of blood, bone, and scorched neural matter. His body remained standing for a heartbeat, staff still raised, as though his will refused to accept the insult of death. Then, Spirit Walker Azada fell from the stomper and vanished beneath the press of orcs. The command net fractured. Saul lost half the tactical display within seconds. Squad runes blinked out. Vox beads died mid-sentence. Casualty data scrolled too fast for meaning and then became static. The living could not mourn. Not yet. Mourning required breath, not spent on killing. "Withdrawal pattern leonine black," Saul ordered. "All surviving squads. Fall back by fire and oath. Use wrecks as walls. Burn the rear. Detonate crippled armor. No brother left breathing in enemy hands." Acknowledgements came ragged, but immediate. The celestial lions withdrew by killing. They did not run. They stepped backward through the green sea, laying down bolter fire in measured volleys. One rank fired while another reloaded. Wounded brothers were dragged behind dead vehicles. Crack grenades were pressed into the mouths of charging knobs and slapped against the hulls of buggies as they screamed past. Promethium washed across tunnel mouths, turning waves of orcs into rolling walls of flame. The dead were used as barricades when steel ran out. Orc bodies piled so high in some corridors of retreat that the lions fired over mounds of steaming meat. Brother Othran, ancient in his dreadnought shell, held the left withdrawal lane alone after his assault cannon jammed and his chain fist locked in the ribs of a shattered deaf dread. Orcs crawled over him, hacking, laughing, trying to pry open the sarcophagus. He killed them with his heavy flamer until the fuel ran dry, then crushed them against his hull with the weight of his body. When his legs failed, he turned his torso to block the lane. "Pass me," he voxed. "Ancient," Dubaku answered, dragging a wounded brother behind him. "Pass me. We can recover you. "You cannot. Do not insult me with hope." Dubaku hesitated for less than a second. Then he obeyed. Othran's reactor went critical 6 minutes later. The blast swallowed the lane, the orcs, the dreadnought, and 3 tunnel mouths behind him. His icon vanished in white fire. The withdrawal became narrower. The lions fought through the wreck of the extraction corridor, where rhinos burned and land raiders sat crippled amid heaps of bodies. Tech Marines moved from vehicle to vehicle, speaking last rites to machine spirits before setting charges. A predator whose tracks had been blown off continued firing until its sponson weapons melted. Its crew died when orcs breached the top. Hatch! The detonation that followed took the entire mob with it. Julkara's Crozius finally failed. Its power field flickered, coughed sparks, and died as he smashed it through the skull of an orc, trying to climb over a barricade of dead brothers. He looked at the dead weapon for half a heartbeat, then used it anyway. Unpowered adamantium was still adamantium. He broke jaws. He shattered knees. He stove in skulls until the lion head was bent and clotted with brains. K-Tuk reached him near the final choke. "I have 7 caskets," the lifebinder said. Julkara looked at the battlefield behind them, where hundreds of brothers lay unrecovered across Mannheim. 7, he said. There was no accusation in the word. That made it worse. K-Tuk's voice was iron over broken glass. 7 futures from a field of graves. Saul was the last to pass the outer kill zone. He backed away step by step, sword in one hand, bolt pistol in the other, his armor so damaged that half the warning runes had gone black. Thogfang still roared somewhere within the gap, but the orc warlord did not pursue beyond the engine yards. He did not need to. The trap had done its work. The hidden rifles had done the rest. The surviving lions broke through toward High Volcanus at dusk. There was no triumph in their return, no cheering from the Steel Legion lines. The guardsmen saw them coming through the ash and lowered their weapons in silence. Gold and azure had become black, red, and grey. Brothers limped, dragged each other, carried fragments, caskets, severed helms, broken blades. Some had no helmets, some had no hands. Some walked with armor open and organs visible beneath emergency sealant. They moved like the dead who had not yet received permission to lie down. Saul counted them in the shadow of the hive wall. 96. Out of the force that had entered Mannheim, 96 celestial lions stood, knelt, or leaned against wrecked vehicles and stone barricades. 96. The number entered the chapter like a verdict. 500 had gone into the gap. Nearly the entire fighting strength committed to that cursed assault had been reduced to less than one company's worth of ruined survivors. The dead lay behind them in the Mannheim gap, and worse than the dead, the gene seed lay with them. Sacred organs unharvested, progenoid glands cooling inside broken bodies beneath orc boots, fire, ash, and hidden rifle sights. A chapter could endure casualties. It could endure grief. It could endure shame, betrayal, and war. But gene seed was continuity. Gene seed was future. Gene seed was the bridge between the dead and those not yet born. Mannheim had not merely killed brothers. It had tried to murder every celestial lion who might have existed after them. Hours later, beneath a ruined bastion outside High Volcanus, K-Tuk stood beside a rhino and checked the 7 caskets again. The vehicle's hull was burned open at the rear, but its engine still idled. Around him, wounded lions sat in silence, while serfs moved between them with tools, bandages, ammunition, and water no one asked for. Julkara stood nearby, his broken Crozius held in both hands. Saul was inside the command bunker, already demanding answers from men who would give none. Dubaku watched the darkness beyond the floodlights, bolter in hand. K-Tuk set one casket into a stasis cradle. "I require transport to the gene vault," he said. Dubaku turned his helm. "I will escort you." "No, guard the wounded. The wounded can hold rifles. The future cannot." K-Tuk reached for the next casket. The shot came from nowhere. It entered the side of his helm just beneath the temple ridge. There was no orc roar, no muzzle flash, no crude laughter, only the sharp crack of disciplined lass fire and the sudden obscene stillness of the last lifebinder. K-Tuk's head snapped sideways. Blood and fragments of skull sprayed across the rhino's hull. His body remained upright for a moment, one hand still resting on the stasis cradle, as though duty alone held him in place. Then he fell. The 7 gene seed caskets spilled across the mud. Dubaku fired into the darkness until his bolter clicked empty. Other lions joined him, filling the night with disciplined fury, but there was no target, no enemy body, no answer. Only the echo of the shot and the red ruin of the apothecary who had carried the chapter's future out of hell. Julkara knelt beside K-Tuk. For once, the Death Speaker did not immediately speak. Saul arrived moments later, and the sight stopped him harder than any blow in the gap had done. Vular devoured, Azada murdered, the war leaders shattered, the lifebinders dead, the gene seed lost, 96 brothers remaining, 96 voices where a chapter had stood. Dubaku looked at him with blood streaked across his gold helm. "Captain," he said, "give the order." Saul looked beyond the hive lights toward the black wound of Mannheim. He knew what order Dubaku meant. Every survivor knew. There were dead brothers in the gap. There was gene seed lying cold beneath enemy feet. There were hidden marksmen whose shots still hung in the air like judgment. There was Thogfang, laughing in the furnace dark with Vularak's blood on his teeth. The celestial lions gathered without being summoned. 96 warriors stood in the ash beneath the guns of high volcanus, wounded, burned, half-armed, half alive, but standing. Julkara rose from K-Tuk's body and lifted the broken Crozius. Its power field was dead. Its meaning was not. "We return," the Death Speaker said. Not for victory. No one spoke the word. Victory had been strangled in Mannheim. Victory had been eaten, shot through the eye, burned in wreckage, and buried beneath orc bodies. What remained was older and harder. Saul looked upon the last of his chapter's strength. He should have ordered restraint. He should have counted ammunition, wounded, strategic value, and the cold arithmetic of survival. He should have preserved what remained. Instead, he spoke as a celestial lion. "We return to Mannheim," he said, "and if the Emperor wills that our chapter ends there, then it will end with its teeth in the throat of the beast." 96 fists struck 96 breastplates. The sound was not loud. It did not need to be. By blood and memory, the dead had been named. Now the living would go to join them. The message reached Reclusiarch Merrick Grimaldus as a dying thing. It came through static, ash interference, orbital bleed, and the butchered remnants of a vox chain that had no right to function. It crawled into the command chapel of the Black Templars, like a man dragging himself over broken glass to deliver a warning before his lungs filled with blood. The hololithic projector at the foot of the shrine flickered once, twice, then spat a column of broken blue light into the incense haze. Grimaldus turned from the altar. He had been kneeling before a blackened reliquary containing splinters of bone from brothers who had fallen in the defense of Armageddon. Around him, Cenobite servitors stood beneath the weight of sacred relics, their bodies bowed, their minds emptied of all things, except the burden of remembrance. The chapel deck trembled beneath distant macro-cannon fire. Somewhere beyond its armored walls, the war for Hell's Reach still devoured men by the regiment and faith by the hour. Armageddon offered no silence, not even in prayer. The hololith stabilized. Death Speaker Julkara appeared within it. At first, Grimaldus did not recognize the shape as living. The figure was a ruin in blackened armor, its lion-crested helm cracked, one pauldron hanging loose, its Crozius head shattered and dark. Blood streamed down the image in flickering distortions. Behind Julkara, there was fire, ash, the outline of a rhino, and gold-armored warriors standing in the funereal stillness of men who had gone beyond fear and beyond hope. The Death Speaker's voice was ragged, but it did not beg. "Reclusiarch of the Black Templars," Julkara said, "by blood and memory, hear this. The Celestial Lions have been struck in the Mannheim Gap. We entered by sanctioned intelligence to destroy unfinished gargants under the beast Thogfang. The engines were awake, armed, crewed, aimed at our positions before we fired our first full volley. Orc tunnels opened behind us. Officers were cut down. Lifebinders were hunted. Human long-last fire from concealed ridges killed command elements and gene seed bearers. Our Thunderhawks have previously been fired upon by Imperial assets under false designation. Coordinates have lied. Extraction zones have been compromised. Support has failed. Records deny themselves." The image shivered. Static chewed at the edge of Julkara's helm. "Captain Saul lives, but the chapter is bled near to death. War leader Vular was eaten before us by Thogfang. Spirit Walker Azada died naming the Ridge Shooters human. Lifebinder K. Took, last of his order in this theatre, survived the gap and was murdered within sight of Hive Volcanus by a hidden last shot. 96 brothers remain." The chapel seemed to draw colder. Grimaldus listened without movement. "We return to Mannheim," Julkara said. "Not to win, to stand among our dead, to recover what gene seed may be recovered, to kill until our names are spent. If there is honor left upon this world, witness us." The hololith broke apart. For a long moment, only the projector's dying whine remained. Grimaldus rose. He did not speak immediately. The Black Templars who attended him knew better than to interrupt. Sword brethren stood in the shadows with helms held at their sides. Initiates watched their reclusiarch and learned that wrath was not always loud. Sometimes it was the stillness before a blade left its sheath. "Replay it," Grimaldus said. The serf at the projector bowed until his forehead nearly touched the deck. "My lord, the transmission is degraded." "Replay it." The image returned in fragments. Julkara's words came again. Grimaldus listened to each one as though it were testimony before the throne itself. Bad intelligence, friendly fire, corrupted orders, officers killed by precise shots, apothecaries murdered in the open, a last lifebinder slain after survival, not during the chaos of battle, but beside a rhino, where a hidden shooter could choose the moment and meaning of the death. Orcs did not fight this way. Orcs were brutes, joyful butchers, bellowing engines of appetite and violence. They killed with shells, axes, teeth, fire, and weight of numbers. They laid traps, yes, in the crude, brutal manner of their kind. They hid guns beneath scrap and tunnels beneath ash. They were cunning in the way of beasts and warlords. But orcs did not wait to kill apothecaries with disciplined last fire from ridges. Orcs did not overwrite Imperial recognition codes. Orcs did not bury a chapter beneath paperwork, denial, and misdirection. Orcs did not make records deny themselves. Grimaldus watched the message a third time, a fourth. He said nothing until the final crackle faded. Then he turned toward the gathered Templars. "There is dishonor here." One of the sword brethren lowered his head. "By whose hand, reclusiarch?" Grimaldus looked at the dying projector. "The hand hides. That is answer enough." The Black Templars moved before the next bell of the ship had sounded. Gunships were prepared. Land raiders were roused from engine slumber. Chaplains armed themselves. Initiates checked bolters with ritual speed. Sword brethren sealed helms and took up blades. Grimaldus carried his Crozius as though it were a judgment already given form. He did not request permission to answer the message. He informed command of his movement and left silence where objections might have tried to stand. He reached the Celestial Lions outside Hive Volcanus, beneath a sky the color of old blood. The landing zone was a field of ruin beside the Eastern Armor Road. Broken rhinos squatted in the mud like dead beasts. Ammo crates stood open. Stasis caskets lay in a line beneath tarpaulins, weighted with shell fragments. The wall guns of Volcanus fired in the distance, each discharge rolling across the ground like the anger of buried gods. Snow fell through smoke and turned black before it touched the earth. The remaining celestial lions were loading ammunition. That was what struck Grimaldus first. Not their wounds, not their diminished number, not the blood dried into the joints of their golden armor, not the absence of laughter, prayer, or command bustle, the ammunition. They handled bolt shells with perfect care, setting magazines into pouches, checking seals, sharing remaining crack grenades, filling flamer tanks, redistributing blades from the dead to the living. There was no haste, no panic, no disorder. They prepared with the calm of men dressing themselves for burial. Each movement had the precision of ritual. Each brother knew he was unlikely to return, and therefore did not waste a gesture. Captain Saul stood among them, alive but altered. His armor had been repaired only enough to function. One side of his breastplate remained scorched black. His helm was beneath his arm, its brow scored by the glancing kiss of a sniper shot. His face was hollow with the kind of exhaustion only transhuman flesh could survive. Not weakness, not surrender. Something worse. The knowledge that command had led brothers into a trap, and still must command the remnants toward death, because there seemed no other honorable road. Julkara stood nearby, his broken Crozius bound with chain and oath parchment. Its power field was dead. It looked more like a club of relic iron than an office of faith. Yet no man present would have called it lesser. Pride leader Ekene Dubaku was the one Grimaldus noticed next. The warrior stood beside the fallen Lifebinder's rhino, loading magazines from a crate stained with K. Tuk's blood. He was wounded in several places. A crude field seal patched his chest where burner fire had scarred the plate. His left gauntlet was cracked. His helm was on, lenses red in the smoke, and around him other lions looked not to Saul, not to Julkara, but to him when a decision had to be made quickly. He spoke little. When he did, brothers moved. There, Grimaldus thought, was the last unbroken pillar. Saul approached first. "Reclusiarch," he said. "Captain, you received our Death Speaker's message." "I did." "Then you know what we intend." "I know what grief has dressed as intention." Julkara's helm turned slightly at that. Several lions looked up from their weapons. The air tightened. Saul's voice became cold. "Choose your words with care, Black Templar." "I have," Grimaldus said. "You are preparing a funeral procession and calling it war." No lion reached for a weapon. That restraint was proof of their nobility, because every warrior there had been wounded past the edge, where insult became an excuse to bleed someone. Dubaku stopped loading his magazine and turned fully toward the Reclusiarch. Julkara stepped between them, not as shield, but as witness. "We asked you to witness," the Death Speaker said. "I will witness truth. Then see us. 96 remain. Our war leaders are slain. Our lifebinders are dead. Our dead lie unharvested. Thogfang wears our brothers as trophies. The field calls." "No," Grimaldus said. "The dead call. That is not the same thing." Dubaku walked forward. His steps were heavy in the mud. He removed his helm and locked it to his belt. His face was marked by ash, dried blood, and a cut running from his scalp to his cheek. His eyes held no appeal to pity. They held only decision. "Reclusiarch Merrick Grimaldus," Dubaku said. "You are a chaplain of the Black Templars, sworn in zeal and iron. We ask you to grant last rites to the Celestial Lions before we return to Mannheim." Grimaldus looked at him for a long moment. The wind dragged ash between them. "No." The word landed harder than a shell. Dubaku did not move. Julkara's fingers tightened around his dead Crozius. Saul's expression did not change, but something in his eyes did. "No?" Dubaku asked. "No," Grimaldus said. "I will not bless your ending. Earn your continuation." A lesser warrior might have flinched. Dubaku did not. "We are all that remains." Then what remains is enough to be used properly. We are going back. Yes. To die, if need demands it. Need does not demand waste. Dubaku stepped closer. You would deny us the right to stand beside our dead? I would deny you the vanity of making your death simple. The words cut deep. Grimaldus intended them to. A wound sometimes had to be opened before poison could be drained. Around them, the last celestial lions had gone utterly still. Grimaldus raised his Crozius and pointed toward the smoke-veiled darkness of the Mannheim Gap. Thogfang lives. His engines remain. His victory feeds the orc horde around Volcanus. Your brothers lie beneath his feet, and your gene seed lies cooling in the ash. You think this means the chapter must die upon that ground. You are wrong. It means the beast must be broken, the field must be reopened, and your dead must be recovered by warriors who intend to return with their names, not merely add to them. Saul's voice was quiet. You speak as though the choice remains ours. It does now. Grimaldus turned toward the Black Templars, disembarking from their gunships. Sword brethren marched through the smoke in black plate, tabards snapping in the furnace wind. Initiates followed in ordered ranks. Land raiders rumbled down from heavy landers, their black hulls marked with crusader crosses and chains of oath parchment. Chaplains moved among them, skull helms bright against the dark. You sent for a witness, Grimaldus said. You received one. You will also receive a spear. Dubaku looked toward the Templars. Your brothers would bleed for ours. They will bleed for Armageddon. They will bleed for the Emperor. They will bleed because there is an orc warlord who believes he has devoured honor and gone unpunished. Julkara spoke then. And the hidden hand? Grimaldus did not look away from Dubaku. We cannot strike what will not show itself. Not yet. But we can deny it the shape of victory it has prepared for you. It wants a chapter to march into the dark and vanish beneath a useful report. It wants the words noble sacrifice written over murder. It wants your silence sealed by death. Do not give it that offering. The argument ended there, though no one said so aloud. The counterstroke formed before nightfall. Grimaldus did not ask the celestial lions to kneel. He did not soften them with comfort. He did not speak of healing wounds that could not heal. He reframed the death march into an assault, and because he was Grimaldus of the Black Templars, because his voice carried the weight of Hell's Reach's smoke and the Templars' ancient zeal, others listened who would have ignored the last lions alone. Imperial defenders from high Volcanus committed what they could. Not enough for a grand offensive. There was never enough on Armageddon, but enough to give shape to wrath. Steel Legion artillery batteries were reassigned after direct pressure from Templar command. Armored companies, mauled by days of fighting, agreed to provide smoke and diversionary thrusts. Engineers prepared bridging charges and demolition rigs. A battered formation from the Hell's Reach Theatre sent siege guns and a handful of veteran infantry whose coats were so crusted with ash and blood they seemed cut from the planet itself. The plan changed. No longer a simple return into death. The last celestial lions would form the killing edge, not the entire blade. Black Templars would strike the outer ridges, clearing sniper nests and holding the extraction corridors with uncompromising zeal. Steel Legion guns would blind the gargant yards beneath smoke and bombardment. Volcanus armor would faint along the southern approach. Thunderhawks would come in under Templar code authority, with gunship escorts and overlapping flight paths that did not pass through any conveniently misidentified fire lane. The dead would be recovered where possible. The gene seed would be taken or burned beyond enemy defilement. Thogfang would be killed. Dubaku studied the hololith beside Grimaldus, Saul, Julkara, and the remaining Pride leaders. No one spoke of hope. Hope was a fragile word, too clean for the bunker's air. This ridge, Dubaku said, pointing to a knife-backed line of stone overlooking the old Devastator positions. The shots came from there and there. Azada named them human before he died. Grimaldus looked to one of his sword brethren. "You will take your knights through the western shelf. Kill anything carrying a rifle that is not ours. If it wears Imperial colors and does not answer challenge, kill it anyway." The sword brother bowed his helm. "It will be done." Saul looked at Grimaldus. "That order may have consequences. Most righteous acts do." Julkara made a sound that might almost have been approval. At the edge of the bunker, a Steel Legion colonel listened with the uncomfortable stiffness of a mortal man hearing Adeptus Astartes discuss the killing of possible Imperial assets. He did not object. Perhaps he knew better. Perhaps Armageddon had burned away his illusions. Perhaps he simply understood that whatever hunted the celestial lions from the ridges might one day decide guardsmen were inconvenient as well. When the council ended, Dubaku remained by the hololith. Grimaldus noticed. "You asked for last rites," the reclusiarch said. "I did. You will not receive them." "No. Do you resent me for it?" Dubaku looked toward the casualty tarpaulins outside the bunker entrance. Beneath them lay fragments of brothers whose names would still be spoken, even if their bodies could not be made whole. "I wanted to die correctly," he said. "That is easy." Dubaku's eyes returned to the map. "Yes. To live correctly is harder. My chapter may not have that luxury. Then earn it in blood." Dubaku was silent for several breaths. Beyond the bunker, the remaining celestial lions finished arming. They did not look like men preparing for suicide now. The difference was slight, but Grimaldus saw it. Their movements were no less grave, no less ritualized, no less soaked in grief. Yet ammunition was being counted for return fire, not final expenditure. Extraction stretchers were being prepared beside gene seed caskets. Damaged rhinos were being patched for withdrawal, not merely driven until they died. Brothers checked one another's armor with the harsh care of warriors who had remembered that survival could also be vengeance. Dubaku picked up his helm. "I do not hope to live," he said. Grimaldus watched him. "That is not required. I accept your refusal, reclusiarch, not because I believe in continuation, not because I believe the hand that hunted us will fail, not because I have found comfort in your words. Good. Comfort makes poor armor." Dubaku sealed his helm. His voice emerged through the vox grill, deeper now, edged in iron. "I accept, because Thogfang still breathes, because Vularak died in his jaws, because Keituk's blood is on our vehicle hulls, because Azada named murder before it took his sight, because our brothers lie in the gap, and killing the beast will give the dead something worth hearing." Grimaldus inclined his skull helm. "At last," he said, "you speak as one who intends to return." Dubaku looked toward Mannheim. "No, reclusiarch. I speak as one who intends to make return possible for those who come after." The guns of high volcanus thundered again, and the mountains answered with distant echoes. In the ash outside, 96 celestial lions raised their weapons beneath the black forms of the Templars. The death march had not ended. It had been given teeth, armor, artillery, and a path through the throat of the enemy. Mannheim waited. This time, the lions would not go alone. The second assault began before dawn, when the sky over Mannheim was still black with ash, and the fires below it had not yet learned they were outnumbered. Steel Legion artillery opened first. The guns did not speak as men spoke. They did not argue, plead, or curse. They thundered in batteries spread across the outer approaches of high volcanus, basilisks, and medusas, and siege mortars vomiting death into the mountains until the horizon pulsed red behind curtains of smoke. Shells crossed the polluted dark in shrieking arcs, their passage invisible until impact turned the Mannheim ridges into fountains of stone, scrap, and burning orc flesh. The first barrage struck the known gun pits. The second struck the false workshops. The third walked along the canyon walls, where Spirit Walker Azada had named the hidden marksman human, before last fire burned through his eye and took his voice from the world. No one trusted the coordinates. That was why the Celestial Lions had sent their own servo skulls under cover of night, flying blind and low through furnace wind, their machine spirits stuffed with the last known memories of the dead. That was why Black Templar scouts had crawled across slopes choked with orc filth and broken titan bone, confirming by sight what no parchment order would ever again be allowed to prove alone. That was why every shell fired into Mannheim had been marked by living eyes, oath, and hatred. The Lions had learned the price of obedience without witness. They would not pay it again. Smoke rolled into the gap in vast grey walls. Ash storms moved with it, whipped by the pressure of the bombardment and the poisoned winds funneled between the canyon teeth. Searchlights from the orc scrap fortresses stabbed through the murk and found nothing but dust, falling stone, and the vague suggestion of armored shapes that vanished before the big shooters could draw lines across them. Orc horns began to roar from the engine yards. Bells made from tank hulls clanged. Crude vox towers bawled warnings in guttural bursts. The greenskins woke to a world already being punished. Then the Black Templars advanced. Their land raiders came through the smoke like black reliquaries moving under their own judgment. Chains hung from their hulls. Crusader crosses glowed white. Through soot, assault cannons spun, hurricane bolters barked, and multi-melters burned through barricades, towers, and armored walkers with pitiless focus. Sword brethren marched in their wake, tabards snapping in the furnace wind, blades chained to wrists, helms lowered, oaths already spoken, and therefore no longer wasted in sound. Cenobite servitors trudged behind Grimaldus, beneath the weight of sacred relics, skeletal forms bent in the mud, their dead eyes fixed on nothing, as they dragged the memory of wars, older than this canyon, through the filth of Armageddon. The Celestial Lions led the killing edge. 96 had remained after the first slaughter. 96 had sworn to return. Not all 96 could still run. Not all could still fight, as they had before Mannheim devoured their companies. Some bore armor patched with mismatched plates from dead brothers. Some had missing fingers locked into weapon grips by field clamps. Some had sealant over wounds that would have put mortal men screaming into graves. But they came first all the same, gold and azure beneath ash and dried blood, their bolters raised, their blades hungry, their silence deeper than the barrage. Captain Saul walked among them, but the eyes of the survivors followed Akene Dubaku. Pride Leader no longer sounded large enough for what he had become in the hours since K. Took had fallen beside the rhino. He had not been elevated by ceremony. There had been no hall, no banner, no chapter conclave beneath clean stone. There had been mud, blood, broken gene seed caskets, and the murdered body of the last lifebinder. Yet something in the survivors had turned toward him and stayed there, not away from Saul. Saul still commanded. Saul still bore the old authority. But Dubaku had become the shape of their refusal to die. He advanced with his helm sealed, and Vularak's broken sword mag locked across his back. The blade had been recovered from the edge of the previous slaughter, half buried in ash and orc blood, its power field dead, its edge bitten and scorched. It was no longer fit for war. That was why Dubaku carried it, not to strike with, but to remember the hand that had once held it. His own chainswords snarled awake as the first orc mob burst from the smoke. They came laughing. Even now, under artillery, under smoke, under the shadow of Black Templar armor and Celestial Lion wrath, they laughed. Orcs poured from a trench cut beneath fallen Titan armor, dozens first, then hundreds, firing sluggers wildly, swinging axes, knives, pipes, chain blades, and cleavers made from tank teeth. Their bodies were thick with scars and iron plates. Their eyes shone red in the gloom. "Da shiny deadens came back," one knob bellowed. "Crunch 'em good." Dubaku shot him through the mouth. The bolt detonated behind the knob's jaw and blew the upper half of its skull apart. The headless body ran 3 more steps before collapsing into the mud. Dubaku met the rest without slowing. His chainsword cut through the first orc's belly and spilled steaming organs across his greaves. He crushed another's knee with a kick, caught it by the throat as it fell, and drove the running teeth of his blade down through the crown of its skull until they burst from the jaw in a spray of black blood and brain matter. A third hit him with a cleaver, hard enough to chip his pauldron. Dubaku headbutted it, breaking its tusks, then punched his ceramite fist through its face. Around him, the last lions became a golden storm. They no longer advanced according to external orders. They moved by sight, oath, and vengeance. Squad leaders called targets only after confirming them with their own lenses. No firing lane was accepted, because command had named it clear. No ridge was left unsearched, because a map called it dead ground. They had no trust left to waste, and so their discipline became more terrible. Every step was measured, every kill was placed, every fallen brother was marked by a surviving voice. The Steel Legion followed behind their armored masks, mortal bodies wrapped in greatcoats and courage. Their infantry stormed the lower barricades under the cover of Astartes' fire, laser guns snapping red through the smoke, grenade launchers coughing, flamers licking across trench mouths. They died in clusters when orc return fire found them. They died beneath crude shells and spinning blades. They died screaming through rebreathers as burner fire took them. But they advanced because the lions were ahead of them and the Black Templars were behind them. And there are moments in war when mortal fear becomes too crowded to survive between greater forms of wrath. The speed freaks struck the left flank. Engines screamed from the ash like beasts breaking from cages. Warbikes, buggies, trucks with saws mounted to their fronts, scorcher wagons, and looted scout vehicles came roaring out along a dry riverbed between two slag ridges. Their drivers howled, guns blazing, wheels throwing mud and bone fragments high into the air. They expected the old slaughter again. They expected exposed flanks and confused command, gold armor trying to pivot under bad orders. They met Black Templar land raiders instead. The first line of bikes vanished beneath hurricane bolter fire. Riders were flensed from saddles, torsos torn open, arms spinning away, still clutching handlebars. A buggy struck a crack mine placed by Templar scouts and became a ball of burning scrap. A scorcher wagon slewed toward the lions, nozzle vomiting fire, only for a Lascanon beam to punch through its fuel tank. It exploded so violently that burning orcs rained down across the ridge behind it like obscene meteors. Grimaldus strode through the flames. He seemed less a warrior than a death icon cut from black iron and carried forward by faith too severe to be called courage. His skull helm shone in the firelight. His Crozius rose and fell with holy contempt, smashing orc bodies apart in bursts of bone and meat. A knob charged him with a power claw shrieking blue. Grimaldus stepped inside the swing and drove the Crozius into the beast's chest. Ribs folded inward. The orc coughed black blood across his helm. Grimaldus struck again, this time against the jaw, and the knob's head turned too far to one side with a wet crack. The Cenobite servitors followed him into the filth. They dragged relics through mud, blood, and ash. Orc bullets struck their frames and broke dead flesh. They did not stop. One lost an arm. Another took a shell through the chest cavity and kept moving, spine pistons whining beneath the weight of sacred bone and iron. Grimaldus did not look back to see if they lived. Their task was burden. His was judgment. "Forward," he voxed. The word was not encouragement, it was commandment. The assault struck the outer gargant yard as the dawn tried and failed to brighten the sky. The canyon walls burned. Steel Legion shells hammered the ridges and sent sheets of black glass peeling away from stone scorched by ancient engines. Orc scrap towers leaned under impact. Crane arms collapsed, spilling plates, guns, and screaming grots into the chasm below. Gargants loomed through the smoke, their crude faces lit from within, guns swiveling, engine stacks coughing filth. They were fewer than before, but still monstrous. Each one was a moving fortress of stolen metal, hate, and impossible orc belief. The lions did not waste fire on their faces. They went inside. Melter teams punched through ankle joints and crew hatches. Tech Marines marked access seams with Auspex light and cutting charges. Assault squads leapt onto engine decks, chainswords biting into hatch locks, boots crushing screaming grots beneath them. Black Templars held the perimeter with bolter and blade, forming walls of black armor against the orc mobs, trying to rescue their gods. Steel Legion infantry fed grenades into maintenance trenches and died by the dozen to hold them closed. Dubaku led the breach into the first gargant. The entry hatch had been sealed from within, with chains, scrap bars, and welded glyph plates. Brother Amaru set melter charges against it, while orc fire hammered the approach. One brother took a rocket in the chest and burst backward in a cloud of ceramite shards and blood vapor. Another stepped into his place before the body struck the ground. The charges bloomed white. The hatch sagged inward, molten at the edges. Dubaku went through first. The interior was hell made of metal. The crew deck was cramped, hot, deafening, and alive with orcs. Crude pistons hammered overhead. Chains swung from the ceiling. Ammunition belts clattered through open troughs. Grots shrieked from gantries. Oil rained from cracked pipes. The air was thick with fungus stink, exhaust, sweat, and burnt meat. Orcs turned from their controls with cries of delight, as though the enemy entering the belly of their engine was the funniest gift war had ever given them. The lions killed them at arm's reach. Bolters were too loud for the enclosed deck, each shot bursting skulls and bodies into walls slick with old grease. Chainswords tore through green torsos and sprayed organs across instrument panels. Dubaku fired until his bolt pistol ran dry, then crushed the empty weapon into an orc's eye socket and left it there. He drew his combat blade, hacked through a gunner's wrist, took the falling cleaver from the severed hand, and buried it in another orc's throat. Brother Ilion locked a hatch behind them with a welding charge, while Amaru opened promethium valves leading into the lower crew spaces. "Seal the exits," Dubaku ordered. The lions obeyed. Every hatch was locked, jammed, or welded shut. Every maintenance ladder was cut. Grots screamed as they realized there was no way out. A tech marine attached a sanctified ignition charge to the ruptured fuel line and recited a machine curse so cold it sounded like mercy turned inside out. The lions withdrew through the molten entry breach. Dubaku was last out. An orc caught his ankle and tried to drag him back inside, laughing even as flames began to breathe through the deck grating. Dubaku looked down, placed one boot on the creature's throat, and crushed until the spine snapped. Then the gargant became a furnace. Promethium vented through the crew decks in roaring sheets. Fire filled the locked compartments. Through cracks in the armor, burning orcs could be seen slamming themselves against sealed hatches, their fists melting, their faces peeling, their lungs cooking around screams. Ammunition cooked off inside the belly. The engine lurched, staggered, and fell to one knee, vomiting flame through its mouth grill as if the metal beast itself had learned to die badly. The lions watched until its guns stopped moving. Then they advanced to the next. Their cruelty reached its purest shape in Mannheim. It was not pleasure. It was not madness. It was not the crude joy of orcs or the hidden satisfaction of cowards with rifles. It was punishment. The enemy had eaten their war leader, defiled their dead, trampled their gene seed, and laughed beneath the shelter of treachery. The lions answered with locked hatches, burning crew decks, ruptured fuel lines, and engine tombs filled with screaming greenskins. They made the orcs die inside the gods they had built, and they did not look away. At the upper ridges, the Black Templars found the marksmen's nests. The first position was empty, except for spent long-last cells, camo netting, and ration wrappers of Imperial make. The second held 2 men in matte grey armor without insignia. They tried to trigger self-immolation charges when the Templars came through the smoke. One succeeded, burning himself into an unrecognizable mass. The other lost both hands to a sword brother's blade before his fingers found the switch. He did not answer challenge. He did not need to. The sword brother killed him and sent the remains to Grimaldus with the weapon intact. Imperial pattern. No surprise moved through the reclusiarch's voice when he informed Saul. Your spirit walker spoke true. Saul did not answer at once. He was fighting below, his sword buried in an orc's chest. He ripped it free, cut another across the throat, and looked up toward the ridges hidden by smoke. Secure the nests, he said. They are being purged. Take prisoners if possible. A pause. Possible is a thin word today. Then take proof. That, Grimaldus said, we can do. The center of the orc line buckled by midday. It did not break, because orcs rarely understood breaking while there were still enemies to reach. It buckled under the weight of too many fires, too many dead engines, too many black and gold warriors killing in places the greenskins had believed belonged to them. Gargants burned, stompers toppled, speed freaks crashed into barricades of their own dead. Steel Legion guns kept firing until barrels glowed dull red and loaders collapsed from heat exhaustion. Black Templars drove forward through the ash with hymn and chainblade. Celestial lions carved a path toward the inner yard where Vular had died. Then Thogfang entered the field. He came from the smoke beneath the largest gargant, the same iron monster whose shadow had fallen across Vular. He was larger than Dubaku remembered, though that was impossible. Perhaps hatred had fed.
His outline. Perhaps memory had made him mythic. Perhaps some beasts were simply too ugly to be contained by sight. Thogfang strode through the burning yard, wrapped in scrap armor, trophies, and wet brutality. His jaw was plated where the grenades had torn him open. One of his tusks was gone. Fresh scars crossed his chest, thick and black, but he wore the wounds as ornaments. From his trophy chains hung helmets taken from celestial lions, some split, some scorched, one still bearing a strip of oath parchment from the Hall of Memory. In his power claw, he held the upper half of a dead lion. He tossed it aside when he saw Dubaku. More shiny deadens, Thogfang roared. Good, I saved room. Dubaku moved toward him. Saul's voice cut across the net. Dubaku, hold formation. Dubaku heard. He did not disobey immediately. He cut through the orcs between himself and the warlord with the measured savagery of a warrior still inside command. A knob in mega armor blocked him, claw snapping, iron jaw roaring. Dubaku fired a melter burst from a fallen brother's weapon into the knob's chest at point-blank range. The armor became white liquid. The creature inside burst apart in a gush of cooked meat and steam. Another knob swung a chain axe into Dubaku's side. He caught the haft, wrenched the weapon free, and beat the orc's skull open with the blunt back of its own axe until the face collapsed inward. He kept walking. Brothers died around him to clear the path. Amaru took a shell meant for him and vanished from the waist up, his legs standing for a heartbeat before toppling. Ilion was dragged beneath 3 orcs and detonated a crack grenade against his own chest, taking them with him. A nameless survivor of Mannheim threw himself into a meganob's path, locking both arms around the beast's weapon, long enough for Dubaku to cut its throat from beneath. The dead paid the road open in pieces. Grimaldus reached Dubaku's side as Thogfang's bodyguard mob crashed into them. The reclusiarch did not ask permission to stand there. His Crozius answered for him. He smashed one orc's knee backward, broke another's skull, and drove the haft into a third's open mouth until teeth burst from the back of its head. Dubaku fired, cut, struck, and crushed. Black armor and gold armor became a single wound, driven through green flesh. Thogfang laughed and charged. His cleaver came down like a falling door. Dubaku met it with a chainsword. The impact shattered the chain teeth and threw sparks across his helm. The force drove him to one knee. Thogfang's power claw swept in from the side, and Dubaku barely twisted away as the blades tore a chunk from his pauldron. He drove his broken chainsword into the orc's thigh. It bit, jammed, and died there. Thogfang kicked him hard enough to send him skidding through mud and bone fragments. Grimaldus struck next. His Crozius hit Thogfang's wounded chest, right where Vularac's grenades had torn the armor. The blow drove the orc back one step, only one. Thogfang snarled, swung the cleaver, and caught the reclusiarch across the torso. Black armor split. Grimaldus staggered, but did not fall. The Cenobite servitors reached the edge of the duel, dragging relics through blood. One was crushed under Thogfang's boot, without the warlord even looking down. Dubaku rose. He no longer had his chainsword. His bolt pistol was empty. His combat blade had snapped in a knob's spine. He drew Vularac's broken sword from his back. The dead blade had no power field. It was half ruined. It was enough. Thogfang saw it and laughed harder. "That one tasted good," the orc said. "Crunchy." Dubaku charged. Thogfang swung the power claw. Dubaku ducked inside it and drove the broken sword into the damaged seam of the warlord's chest plate. It did not pierce deeply enough. Thogfang roared and headbutted him. Dubaku's helm cracked. Vision runes died. Blood flooded one eye. The orc caught him by the torso, the same way he had caught Vularak. The claw began to close. Ceramite screamed. Grimaldus struck the claw joint with his Crozius. Once, twice, a third time with both hands, and a roar that was not encouragement, not anger, but judgment made sound. The joint burst in a spray of sparks and hydraulic fluid. The claw spasmed open. Dubaku drove his fist into Thogfang's broken tusk. The tusk snapped at the root. Thogfang howled. Dubaku seized the jagged iron, capped stump, wrenched the orc's head downward, and rammed Vularac's broken sword up beneath the jaw with every remaining measure of strength in his transhuman body. This time, the blade found the throat. Black blood exploded over his hands. Thogfang tried to laugh. It came out as a wet, choking roar. Grimaldus stepped in beside Dubaku and slammed the Crozius into the pommel of the broken sword, driving it deeper, up through meat, palate, and skull. The blade burst through the top of the warlord's head in a spray of brain, bone, and thick blood. Thogfang's eyes bulged. His body convulsed. The cleaver fell from his hand and struck the ground hard enough to sink half its width into the mud. Dubaku did not release the sword. He twisted. Something inside the orc's skull tore loose. Thogfang fell backward, like a collapsing statue of green meat and scrap iron, dragging the broken blade from Dubaku's hands as he hit the ground. The impact shook the mud. Trophy chains snapped. Celestial lion helms spilled from his armor and rolled across the field. For a moment, the battle seemed to pause around the corpse. Then, the celestial lions roared. It was not triumph as mortals understood it. It was grief given teeth. It was Vularac's name. It was K-Tuk's blood. It was Azada's warning. It was 500 brothers entering Mannheim and 96 returning to make the beast pay. It rolled through the gap and struck the canyon walls harder than the artillery. "By blood and memory," Dubaku said, voice broken through his damaged helm. "Vularak is answered." Grimaldus stood beside him, armor split, Crozius dark with orc blood. "Not ended," he said. "No," Dubaku answered. "Answered." The orc line faltered then, not because their courage failed in any human sense, but because a warband whose largest beast had been killed before them loses the rhythm of its own violence. Some charged harder, seeking revenge. They died against bolters and blades. Some fought among themselves for the right to claim Thogfang's place. They died beneath Steel Legion artillery. Some tried to drag the corpse away. The lions killed them with particular care. The inner yard was taken in blood. Gene seed recovery teams moved under Black Templar guard. The remaining lions found their dead where they could. Some bodies were whole enough to name. Others were armor fragments, bones, ash fused to ceramite, or helms packed with dried meat and flies. Apothecaries were gone, so tech marines, serfs, and brothers with hurried instruction did what they could, hands clumsy with reverence and horror. The gene seed that could be recovered was sealed. The gene seed that could not was burned with promethium and prayer, so no orc boot, no hidden hand, no carrion thing could profane it further. Saul stood over the place where Vular had died. There was little left to gather: a scrap of iron jaw, a piece of broken breastplate, a tooth from Thogfang's mouth, cracked by the war leader's final defiance. Saul took all of them and placed them in a reliquary pouch. Julkara, battered and blackened, stood beside him. "The dead heard," the death speaker said. Saul looked toward Dubaku, who knelt beside Thogfang's corpse and removed the celestial lion helms from the trophy chains one by one. "Yes," Saul said, "they heard." The second wave of Black Templar reinforcements arrived only after the honor kill. Their Thunderhawks came in over the ridges with guns hot, black hulls cutting through smoke, heraldry stark against the burning sky. They brought more warriors, more armor, more banners, and with them came High Marshal Helbrecht. His gunship settled upon a blasted rise overlooking the inner yard, engines blasting ash away from the field of dead orcs and fallen Astartes. Helbrecht descended into Mannheim as a lord of crusade, sword at his side, gaze moving across the ruin. He saw burned gargants vomiting smoke into the sky. He saw Black Templars holding the ridges where hidden rifles had once spoken. He saw Steel Legion infantry standing among wreckage too exhausted to cheer. He saw Grimaldus wounded, but unbowed. He saw Captain Saul gathering relic fragments from the mud. And he saw the Celestial Lions, fewer than any chapter should ever be, bloodied almost beyond recognition, standing over Thogfang's corpse, while their dead were recovered from the killing ground, meant to erase them.
Helbrecht's eyes settled on Dubaku. The Pride leader rose slowly, one cracked helm beneath his arm, Vularak's broken sword retrieved from the orc warlord's skull and held point down in his other hand. No one mistook him for whole. No one mistook him for beaten. Helbrecht looked upon the last lions and understood what the hidden hand had failed to accomplish. "They are not dead," he said. Grimaldus stood beside him, Crozius resting against his shoulder, Skullhelm turned toward the golden survivors. "No, High Marshal." Across the Mannheim Gap, among ash, blood, burned engines, and the bodies of brothers who would never speak again, the Celestial Lions remained standing. The Celestial Lions expected mourning. They expected the rites of the field. They expected the dead to be named until the ash winds took the words and ground them against the canyon walls. They expected Grimaldus to stand among them, with his skull helm blackened by smoke and his Crozius dark with orc blood, and they expected him to speak of sacrifice, duty, and the Emperor's hunger for loyal souls. They expected High Marshal Helbrecht to acknowledge their honor, condemn the beast they had slain, and then leave them with their corpses, their broken armor, and the terrible quiet that follows vengeance when vengeance has not been enough. They expected mourning, because mourning was all that seemed left. The Mannheim Gap lay around them, like the opened belly of a dead god. Gargants burned in the yards, their crew decks still cracking with secondary detonations as ammunition cooked inside molten chambers. Stompers sagged against scrap towers. Orc bodies carpeted the canyon floor in heaps of green flesh, severed limbs, tusks, broken weapons, and skulls split by bolt rounds. The air was thick with smoke, promethium fumes, and the greasy stink of cooked Xeno's meat. Beneath it all was the older smell, the one no warrior present mistook, the reek of dead brothers locked inside ruptured ceramite. Celestial Lions moved through the ruin in silence. They recovered what they could. A helm with the faceplate torn away, a gauntlet still clenched around the grip of a chainsword, a scorched shoulder guard bearing a name beneath soot, a strip of parchment fused to armor by heat. Vularak's iron jaw was placed within a reliquary casket beside the broken tooth taken from Thogfang's corpse. The fallen lifebinders had no hands left to perform their office, so brothers who had never been taught the full sacred craft performed crude recoveries under the direction of tech marines, cutting through armor and flesh with reverence that did not make the work less obscene.
progenoid glands were sealed where they could be taken. Where they could not, the bodies were burned with promethium, while Death Speaker Yulkara spoke the names. The gene seed was too little. Everyone knew it. No one said it. The chapter had killed Thogfang. It had answered Vularak. It had denied the orcs the final laughter of Mannheim. Yet victory lay over them like corpse ash. It covered every plate of gold armor. It filled the joints of every gauntlet. It settled in the gaps between the living and the dead, until the difference seemed administrative rather than spiritual. Captain Saul stood beside the corpse of the orc warlord and looked older than an Adeptus Astartes should be capable of looking. His armor remained sealed in places where it should have been opened for repair. His left side was stiff from wounds beneath the plate. His helm hung from one hand, its lenses cracked, its brow marked by the last round that had failed to take him. He watched Dubaku remove the last celestial lion helm from Thogfang's trophy chain. The helm was split down the side. There was nothing inside it except dried blood and bone dust. Dubaku held it for a moment. Then he gave it to Julkara. The Death Speaker received it with both hands. "Spoken," Julkara said. Dubaku nodded once. He had not removed his own helm since the duel. Blood had dried along the cracked lens, where Thogfang's headbutt had broken the seal and driven shards inward. His pauldron was half gone. One hand shook when not locked around a weapon, though whether from damage or restraint none could tell. Vularak's broken sword rested across his back again, its dead edge cleaned of Thogfang's brain matter, but not repaired. There was no repairing what it had become. Helbrecht descended from the ridge with Grimaldus at his side. The High Marshal walked through the ruin as though ruin were a court, and every corpse beneath his boots had been summoned to bear witness. Black Templars followed in ordered ranks. Some bore wounded brothers, some carried relics, some dragged the bodies of the grey armoured marksmen taken from the ridges, dead men without insignia, dead men whose weapons had been Imperial, dead men whose silence remained more eloquent than confession. Their remains were wrapped in black tarpaulin and guarded as evidence, though every warrior present understood that evidence had a way of disappearing when certain hands wished it gone. Helbrecht stopped before the surviving lions. No one knelt. He did not ask them to. He looked from Saul to Julkara to the wounded warriors gathered among the dead engines. Finally, his gaze settled on Dubaku. "You have killed the beast," Helbrecht said. Dubaku's vox grill gave his reply a harsh metallic edge. "Yes. You recovered honor. Some. You recovered the dead. Not enough." "No," Helbrecht said. "Never enough." That answer did what comfort could not. It did not lie. Grimaldus stood in silence, his damaged armor marked by the same ash as theirs. One of his Cenobite servitors had been lost beneath Thogfang's boot. Another dragged its relic burden with only one functioning leg, scraping through mud and blood without complaint. The Reclusiarch had refused the last rites before the battle. Now he did not offer them again. Helbrecht turned to Saul. "Who commands the Celestial Lions?" Saul looked at him for a long moment. "I do." "Here," Helbrecht said. "Now, in the field, among the remains." Saul's jaw tightened. Helbrecht's voice did not rise. "I did not ask who bore the burden yesterday. I asked who commands what survives tomorrow." The surviving lions watched without moving. The Steel Legion officers nearby pretended not to listen, and failed. The Black Templars did not pretend. They were sons of Dawn's line in their own harsh fashion, and to them, command was not ornament. It was chain, blade, and tombstone. Saul looked toward Dubaku. The silence became heavier than artillery smoke. Dubaku stepped forward. "My Lord High Marshal," he said, "Captain Saul lives. Then he will answer as witness if I speak falsely." Saul's eyes remained on Dubaku. Helbrecht continued. "The Celestial Lions have been gutted. Their war leaders are dead. Their life-binders are murdered. Their officers are ash in the gap. Their gene seed lies too thin in the casket. Their enemies hide behind seals and silence. A chapter in such a state may die cleanly if left to grief. It may take its remaining strength and spend it in one final charge. It may call that honor, and there will be enough truth in the word to make the lie beautiful. Dubaku did not answer. Helbrecht stepped closer. Extinction would be easier than rebuilding. The words struck deeper than insult. Dubaku's hands clenched. Do not speak to me of ease. I speak of burden. We are already burdened. No, you are wounded. You are bereaved. You are angry. A burden is what remains when anger cools, and no enemy stands near enough to kill. Julkara made the sign of the Aquila over a covered body and looked up. Helbrecht looked across the 96 survivors. You would all die well. I do not doubt it. That is not enough. The Imperium has corpses beyond counting. It does not need more noble dead. It needs blades that refuse to break, after lesser men have written them off as lost. Dubaku looked toward Saul again. Saul spoke at last. The chapter requires a voice that was not merely present at Mannheim, but made by it. Dubaku's helm turned slowly toward him. Captain, Saul's face hardened. Do not refuse me with courtesy. I am a pride leader. You are what remains when titles are burned away. I do not carry the years. No, Saul said. You carry the dead. For the first time since the honor kill, Dubaku seemed to falter, not in body, in spirit. A fractional stillness, a moment where the weight found the seam in his armor. Helbrecht saw it. He pressed the blade home. Take the oath. Dubaku's answer came low. No. Several lions shifted. Grimaldus did not. Helbrecht's expression did not change. Take the oath.
The chapter master of the Celestial Lions should be chosen in the Hall of Memory beneath the banners of Elysium 9. He should be raised before the chapter entire. He should receive the names of the dead from those appointed to speak them. He should be judged by brothers unbroken by slaughter. Helbrecht looked around at the canyon. Then let this be your hall. Smoke moved through the dead engines like incense. Let those banners be the burning gargants whose throats you cut open. Let these corpses be the assembly. Let the dead beneath your boots judge you. They are not absent. They are merely less forgiving. Dubaku stood amid the ruin and said nothing. Helbrecht gestured, and 2 Black Templars brought forward an armored casket. It was old, older than the war, older than the hatred that had followed Qatar. Its surface was black adamantium, sealed with chains, purity wax, and a sigil that made every celestial lion present grow still. The fist of the 7th Legion, the heraldry of the Imperial fists before history had been carved into successor lines and crusading oaths. Not the sign of the Celestial Lions, not the cross of the Black Templars, the old blood, the old wall, the old refusal to yield. The casket opened with a sigh of pressure. Inside lay armor, ancient plate, gold beneath the patina of age, reinforced by masterwork craft and marked with imperial fists, legion devices preserved like accusations against time. Its breastplate bore a clenched fist, worked in black and ivory. The pauldrons had been prepared with azure fields for the lion's heraldry, but the older marks remained visible beneath the new, not erased, not hidden, not softened. The armor looked less like a gift than a sentence. Helbrecht placed one gauntlet upon the casket. This was not made for comfort. It was not preserved for display. It is a reminder that sons of dawn do not endure because endurance pleases them. They endure because walls must remain standing while cowards calculate the cost. Dubaku stared at the armor. Grimaldus spoke then, voice severe and low. Wear it, and every hidden hand that sought your extinction will see that its work failed. Julkara stepped forward. His broken crozier scraped against stone. Wear it, and the dead will know their witness walks. Saul added nothing. He did not need to. Dubaku removed his damaged helm. The canyon wind struck his bare face,
carrying ash, blood stink, and the heat of burning orc engines. One eye was swollen nearly shut. Blood had dried in a line from brow to jaw. He looked not like a hero from a triumphal mural, but like a warrior dragged from a grave before the grave had finished claiming him. He knelt before the casket, not before Helbrecht, not before Grimaldus, before the armor, before the dead, before the impossible cruelty of continuing. "I do not take this oath in hope," Dubaku said. His voice was controlled. Each word was forced into shape and made to stand. "Hope is too fragile for what has been done to us. I do not take it in faith that justice will come, for justice has not come. No confession has reached us. No apology has been spoken. No rosette has been lowered. No hand has opened to show the knife it held. I do not take it because I believe the Imperium kind. The Imperium is the only shield mankind has, and it is made of graves." The lions listened. So did the Templars. "I take this oath because we remain. Let that be the first wound we give them." The words entered the gap and stayed there. We remain where they wanted silence. We remain where they prepared extinction. We remain where they expected noble corpses and useful records. We remain with 96 voices to speak for nearly 1,000. We remain with broken blades, thin gene seed, murdered life-binders, and dead brothers whose names will not fit inside any lie. He bowed his head. "By blood and memory, I accept command. By Dawn's line, I accept burden. By the Emperor's will, I accept continuation. I am Akene Dubaku of the Celestial Lions, and while I breathe, this chapter does not die." Julkara raised the broken Crozius. "Witnessed." Saul placed a fist against his breastplate. "Witnessed." Grimaldus followed. "Witnessed." Then 96 fists struck 96 breastplates, and the sound rolled through Mannheim like the first stone set in a wall. The armor was fitted upon him in the shadow of the dead gargants, not with ceremony, as Elysium 9 would have known it. There were no bright halls, no polished floors, no full chapter gathered beneath lion banners. There were cracked plates removed from Dubaku's ruined war gear, blood wiped from wounds that were not permitted to close, armor seals tested by tech marines whose hands still trembled from gene seed recovery, and prayers spoken through rebreathers because the air was too filthy to breathe unfiltered. Piece by piece, the ancient plate enclosed him. When the helm was placed in his hands, Dubaku looked into its dark lenses and saw not protection, but accusation. He sealed it anyway. The armor's systems woke around him. Old machine spirits stirred, proud and cold. Data ghosts moved through his senses. The fist upon his breastplate seemed to weigh more than any shell impact. The azure and gold of the lions caught the firelight, but beneath it, the older heraldry remained, visible to any who knew where to look. A survivor would have hidden. A living accusation did not. The Black Templars gave more than witness. In the days that followed, as the Mannheim dead were burned, sealed, recovered, or surrendered to the ash, Helbrecht granted the Celestial Lions a vessel. The strike cruiser Blade of the Seventh Sun came to them beneath formal oath, its prow marked by the scars of crusades, its gun decks hungry, its machine spirit stern and proven. It was not enough to restore a chapter. Nothing could be enough. But it was a keel beneath drowning men, a blade placed in the hand of the wounded before the next enemy came. Dubaku walked its embarkation deck beside Helbrecht. The vessel smelled of incense, old steel, and war oil. Its launch bays were broad enough to hold thunderhawks the lions no longer possessed in sufficient number. Its armories had racks waiting for weapons the dead could not carry. Its chapel held empty reliquary niches, and Dubaku hated them because he knew how quickly the galaxy would fill them. "You give much," he said. Helbrecht looked ahead. "I give obligation. Not charity. No. Good." Helbrecht almost smiled, though the expression was hard enough to resemble a threat. "You learn quickly. I have had cruel teachers." The High Marshal stopped before a viewport. Beyond it, Armageddon turned beneath smoke and war. Hive fires glowed across the planet's face. Orc hulks burned in orbit. Imperial ships moved through wreckage fields. The war continued, because war always continued. "The hidden hand will not stop," Helbrecht said. "No, it may never be named. It has a name. Apollon?" Dubaku looked out at the world. "That is one finger." Helbrecht accepted that in silence. No confession came. No apology arrived from the Inquisition. No seal of regret. No admission of error. No summons to testify before an honest court. No officer stepped forward to explain the wrong coordinates, the false recognition codes, the altered manifests, the dead couriers, the hidden rifles, the murdered lifebinders, or the marksmen whose bodies had been found without insignia and whose files would, somewhere, already be burning. The Imperium did what it had done since before any of them had been born. It endured by swallowing truth when truth threatened power. The Celestial Lions endured differently. On the blade of the seventh sun, Dubaku ordered a chamber consecrated as a temporary hall of memory. It was a small place compared to the great hall on Elysium 9. Its ceiling was too low. Its walls were iron rather than black stone. Its braziers were shipboard censers chained to the deck. Yet the first names spoken there filled it until the chamber seemed vaster than any cathedral. Vularak, Ketuk, Azada, Maruk, Othran, Ammon, Amaru, Ilion. Names went on until voices grew harsh. 96 survivors spoke for the dead. 96 voices carrying nearly 1,000. They spoke of Qatar. They spoke of Mannheim. They spoke of Vularak in Thogfang's jaws. They spoke of lifebinders killed by impossible shots. They spoke of Saul's condemnation and Yulkara's warning. They spoke not to heal the wound, but to keep it open and clean. Dubaku stood at the center of the chamber in the ancient armor and imagined the true Hall of Memory on Elysium 9. He imagined its lion pillars, its carved names, its braziers fed by beast oil, its banners hanging in solemn shadow. He imagined returning there with too few brothers to fill its floor. He imagined 96 voices speaking where nearly 1,000 should have answered. He imagined the empty spaces between them as ranks of ghosts. Then he imagined those ghosts listening. The thought did not comfort him. It steadied him. "We rebuild," he said. Julkara stood across from him, black helm bowed. With what? It was not doubt. It was a demand for truth. Dubaku looked at the gene seed caskets. Too few. Sacred. Pitiful. With spite sharpened into duty, the Death Speaker raised his head. "That is not hope." "No." "Good," Julkara said. "Hope lies too easily." The years ahead did not open. They clenched. Beyond Armageddon, the chapter would return to a galaxy that had learned nothing from its suffering and cared less. The Inquisition remained untouched. Apollon's shadow did not kneel. Administratum records would grow over the truth like fungus over bone. Allies would speak softly and look away. Enemies would come openly and in silence. The Celestial Lions would rebuild with too few seeds, too few ships, too few veterans, and too many dead watching from memory. Yet they would rebuild. Every neophyte drawn into the chapter would learn Qatar before he learned pride. Every bolter shell blessed in the armorium would carry the knowledge that loyalty did not guarantee justice. Every lion who took the field would know that the Imperium could demand his blood without ever offering him gratitude, apology, or truth. They would serve anyway, not because they were blind, because mankind still needed monsters slain, and the Celestial Lions were very good at slaughter. In the last quiet before departure, Dubaku stood alone before the viewport of the blade of the seventh sun. Armageddon burned below. Somewhere on its surface, the Mannheim gap cooled around the dead. Somewhere in its smoke, orcs still gathered, still roared, still died beneath Imperial guns. Somewhere beyond sight, hidden hands were already writing versions of events that would make murder sound like confusion and survival sound like inconvenience. Dubaku placed one gauntlet against the glass. "We remain," he said. The words were not prayer. They were threat. Far beyond Armageddon, years waited with their own knives. The galaxy would split. The great rift would tear reality open from end to end, drowning half the Imperium in night and severing worlds from terror's dying light. Warp storms would swallow roots that had endured for ages. Astropathic choirs would scream themselves empty. Chapters would vanish. Empires within the Imperium would be born in desperation and treason. In the darkness of Imperium Nihilus, Ilara's veil would stand isolated, its wardens battered, its old brotherhoods broken, its enemies multiplying beneath a sky without mercy. Elysium 9 would look up and see doom coming again, and the celestial lions, still scarred by Qatar, still haunted by Mannheim, still hunted by a hand that had never confessed its name, would have to bare their teeth in the dark once more. The galaxy split, and the dark poured in. It came without mercy, without petition, without answer from terror. It came as a wound across heaven, a scream of torn reality that burned in the void where stars should have been. Astropathic choirs died with their mouths open and their minds full of fire. Navigators clawed out their own third eyes, rather than behold what moved beyond the broken skin of the immaterium. Worlds that had endured 10,000 years of war looked upward and learned that endurance was not protection. It was only delay. Ilara's veil was cut away. Once, it had been a bastion of watchful wrath, guarded by the brotherhood of the Adeptus Vailari. The celestial lions, the Emperor's spears, and the star scorpions had stood as wardens over the region, blades raised against the alien, the renegade, and the darkness between imperial worlds. Once, their patrol routes had carried strength from system to system. Once, distress calls had meant aid might come before the last wall fell. Once, the Emperor's light, distant and entombed though it was, had still been a certainty spoken in every chapel and every command deck. Now the veil existed in Imperium Nihilus. The name itself was a sentence. Night ruled there. Not simple absence of sunlight, not the honest dark between stars, but a predatory void where roots failed. Prayers fractured, and every world heard the scratching of enemies at its shutters. Reinforcement became rumor. Supply became miracle. Command became memory. The Astronomicon was a ghost behind storms of unreality, sometimes felt, often lost, never trusted. Men fought for worlds that no longer knew whether terror remembered them. Space Marines made kingdoms of duty from fragments of broken maps. The celestial lions remained. They were still rebuilding, though the word had become bitter through use. Rebuilding was too clean a term for what they had endured. A wall rebuilt with too few stones, a blade reforged from metal already cracked, a song carried by throats that had once numbered near 1,000 and now counted every voice as a relic. The gene seed taken from Mannheim had not been enough. The dead had not stopped being dead because vengeance had answered one orc warlord. The Inquisition had never confessed. Apollon's shadow had never knelt. No sealed apology had arrived. No rosette had been broken. No court had called the hidden hand by its name. Yet on Elysium 9, in the Hall of Memory, the names continued. Ekene Dubaku had made certain of it. He stood no longer as the wrathful survivor of Mannheim alone. Years, command, loss, and the lightless age had carved him into something harder. The ancient armor gifted beneath Armageddon's ash still enclosed him, gold and azure over the older heraldry of the imperial fists, a living accusation that had refused to corrode. The fist upon his breastplate had become known across the veil as much as the lion upon his pauldron. Worlds saw it and understood that the chapter master of the celestial lions carried more than command. He carried proof that erasure could fail. Warlord of the Adeptus Vailari, they called him now. He hated the title because it sounded like triumph. There was no triumph in choosing which worlds bled. The exilari had risen from the carrion spaces beyond loyal reach, a coalition of traitors, raiders, apostates, and oath-breakers drawn to weakness as flies to a wound. At their heart moved the pure, corrupted remnants of the star scorpions, brothers in old allegiance made monstrous by ruin and damnation. Their armor bore echoes of kinship twisted into mockery. Their tongues spoke of purity as rot speaks of sweetness. They knew the patrol routes. They knew the old watch stations. They knew the pride of the Veil, because once, before corruption had hollowed them out and filled them with poison, they had helped guard it. That knowledge made them lethal. They struck where defense was thin. They burned relay shrines. They opened void docks to slaughter. They seeded rebellion into governors already half mad from isolation. They made examples of worlds that refused them, leaving vox recordings of flayed officers chanting loyalty through lungs that no longer worked properly. They were not orcs. There was no honest stupidity in them. They did not come laughing for battle's joy. They came with patience, hatred, and the intimate cruelty of fallen kin. The celestial lions fought them beside the Emperor's spears. The spears were hard sons of Nemeton, storm-tempered and proud, their speech edged with their own savage nobility. They fought like warriors who understood that civilization was a fragile skin over older things. Beside them, the lions were more solemn, more wounded, more deliberate. Together they held when lesser formations would have shattered. Together they boarded traitor vessels, purged shrine moons, broke exilari spearheads, and burned the sigils of the pure from worlds that had nearly forgotten Imperial speech. But every victory cost. Every corridor cleared left brothers dead. Every vessel saved emptied magazines that could not be replaced. Every civilian convoy escorted meant another bastion left under strength. Every world demanded deliverance with the desperate selfishness of the doomed, and Dubaku had learned that mercy without arithmetic could kill more surely than cruelty. Then Elysium 9 came under threat. The message reached him aboard the blade of the Seventh Sun during a void action near the outer Veilward routes. The ship was already wounded. Its port batteries had fired until 2 gun crews died from heat and smoke inside their own weapon cathedral. The prow had rammed an exilari escort apart, leaving enemy wreckage fused to its armor like barnacles of molten heresy. Boarding parties from the pure still fought in the lower decks, where celestial lions and chapter serfs were killing them compartment by compartment beneath red lumen strips. The astropathic message came as blood from the mouth of a dying choir. Elysium 9, multiple traitor vectors, defense fleets mauled, civilian evacuation incomplete, fortress monastery under shadow of orbital assault. Dubaku heard the words in the strategium while the ship shook beneath another impact. No one spoke after the message ended. Elysium 9 was not merely a world. It was the chapter's root. Its mountains had taken their aspirants. Its halls held their memory. Its fortress monastery bore the carved names of brothers whose bones had never returned from stars too distant to mourn properly. Its hall of memory had spoken Qatar, Mannheim, Armageddon, and every wound between. To lose it was to have a hand close around the chapter's throat again. Saul was gone by then, dead in another war, named and spoken. Julkara was gone, his broken Crozius preserved as a relic. Many who had stood in Mannheim had passed into memory. Dubaku felt them all in that moment, watching from behind his eyes. The old Dubaku, the pride leader, who had crossed a field of bodies to kill Thogfang, would have turned the fleet whole toward Elysium 9 and dared every enemy in the dark to stand before him. The chapter master did not have that luxury. He turned to the hololithic map. How many civilian transports remain viable? A serf officer, face pale beneath ash tattoos, bent over the data shrine. Insufficient for total extraction, Lord. I did not ask if they were sufficient. I asked how many. The answer was given. Not enough. Never enough. The blade of the seventh sun changed course with allied vessels in its wake. The Emperor's spears answered where they could, though their own world screamed for aid. Elysium 9 grew in the forward displays, storm-wrapped, mountain-black, its orbital space already scarred by battle. Traitor ships prowled above it, ugly and hungry, their hulls daubed in blasphemous marks and scavenged heraldry. Smaller craft descended toward population centers, fortress approaches, manufactorum towns, and the pilgrim roads that led toward the monastery. Dubaku made the brutal choice before planetfall. The fortress monastery could not be held, and the population saved. Not with the strength available, not with enemy reinforcements inbound, not while the pure held the outer blockade and exilari raiders cut at every evacuation corridor. If the lions anchored every brother around their sacred halls, the people would die below them, and the chapter would achieve only a beautiful defeat beneath its own banners. He ordered evacuation priority. Serfs, aspirants, gene vault fragments, civilian populations from the nearest mountain cities, munition stocks if time allowed, relics only where they did not cost living souls or gene seed. The hall of memory would burn if it had to. The words nearly killed him to speak. A younger warrior protested, not from cowardice, from love. "My lord, the hall holds the chapter." Dubaku turned on him with such controlled force that the warrior fell silent before the rebuke came. "The chapter is not stone. The names live if we carry them. And if we fail, then we fail moving forward, not standing in a tomb waiting to be admired by the dead." No one questioned him again. The evacuation became a war of doors, decks, and burning skies. The blade of the seventh sun and allied vessels drove into the blockade with guns blazing. Imperial prows struck traitor hulls at ramming speed, splitting armor, crushing launch bays, and throwing thousands of screaming renegades into the void. Boarding claws bit both ways. The pure came in blackened plate, their old heraldry defiled, blades wet with the blood of worlds they had once sworn to defend. They met celestial lions in corridors lit by emergency red, and the old kinship of the Adeptus Vilari became murder at touching distance. Dubaku fought one of them outside a launch bay shrine, while civilians ran behind blast doors toward evacuation holds. The traitor wore the shape of a star scorpion beneath corruption. His armor still bore faint traces of old markings under layers of filth and flayed parchment. He spoke through a vox grill clogged with wet laughter. "Your den burns, lion." Dubaku struck him with a power fist and caved in his breastplate. The traitor staggered, but did not fall. Something inside the broken armor laughed with too many throats. Dubaku hit him again. The second blow burst the chest open. Black blood and pale worms sprayed across the deck. The thing inside tried to speak. Dubaku drove his boot down on its skull until it split and pulped beneath ceramite. "Not yours to name," he said. Below, Elysium 9 bled. Thunderhawks and bulklanders descended through flak and falling debris. Mountain cities burned beneath orbital fire. Roads clogged with civilians, chapter serfs, wounded aspirants, livestock, engines, relic carts, ammunition sleds, and screaming families who had believed the fortress above them eternal until the sky proved otherwise. Lions stood on embarkation ramps and fired over the heads of the fleeing into traitor assault waves. The wounded were thrown aboard. The dying were given blades. Those who could not be moved were blessed and left with grenades, because mercy in Imperium Nihilus had become a thing with a pin and a blast radius. The blade of the seventh sun took civilians into every hold that could contain atmosphere. Cargo decks filled until people stood pressed chest to back in stinking darkness, praying beneath the thunder of macro batteries. Children were passed over ammunition crates. Old men clutched shrine tokens. Chapter serfs moved among them with water and weapons, because no hold was safe if the enemy boarded. The ship's machine spirit snarled beneath the load, wounded and overburdened, but it did not refuse them. Dubaku sought arukatas of the Emperor's spears because survival required more than escape. It required somewhere to go. Nemeton. The name moved through his thoughts like a harsh prayer. Nemeton, storm world of the Emperor's spears, fierce and wounded, no paradise, no sanctuary of comfort, but a place where the displaced people of Elysium 9 might breathe beneath loyal guns. Arukatas had authority among the spears. He could make room where none existed. He could turn refusal into burden, and burden into oath. The meeting was arranged aboard the starship Hex. The vessel hung beyond the worst of the fighting, scarred but functional, its decks crowded with warriors, envoys, wounded serfs, and the strange, uneasy presence of the Mentor's expedition. Their serfs moved with careful efficiency, pale and observant, bearing data slates, medici cases, and the quiet confidence of those accustomed to serving warriors who valued information as much as bloodshed. Dubaku disliked them without hatred. He had learned to distrust hands that carried too much parchment. He came aboard Hex with a small honor guard, though he wanted none. His ancient armor had been repaired so many times that its scars had become a second heraldry. The fist on his breastplate was worn, but visible. The lion on his pauldron gleamed beneath fresh oil. At his belt hung a reliquary containing ash from the Hall of Memory, taken before the evacuation fires reached the inner vaults. Arukatas met him in a chamber lit by cold ship lumens and the red glow of distant battle displays. The Emperor's spear was broad, severe, and storm-eyed, his armor marked by his chapter's own savage honors. He regarded Dubaku not with pity, which would have been insult, but with the grave respect of one doomed commander measuring another. Elysium 9, Arukatas asked, still fighting. Can it be held? No. The word did not break. Dubaku made certain of that. Arukatas accepted it with a slow nod. How many souls? Dubaku gave the number. The chamber seemed smaller afterward. Nemeton is not ready to carry another world's grief, Arukatas said. No world is. My people will resist. Then command them. The faintest hint of a grim smile crossed the spear's face. You ask as though command makes stone soft. No, I ask because command makes hands bleed against stone until a passage opens. Arukatas looked toward the battle display, where Elysium 9's evacuation routes flickered under enemy pressure. And your chapter? We remain with the war. You would send your people away and stay to die? Dubaku's voice hardened. I would send them away so dying remains useful. Arukatas turned back to him. For a moment, there was only the hum of the Hex, the distant murmur of serfs, and the pulse of war beyond the hull. Then the blade in the dark arrived. It wore the shape of a chapter serf attached to the Mentor's expedition. It had stood near the chamber entrance for several minutes, head bowed, data slate held in both hands, posture perfect in that forgettable way, bred into mortal servants of transhuman masters. No alarm had marked it. No scent of warp corruption clung to it. No weapon showed. No movement betrayed threat. It was just another small human life in the shadow of giants, present because such lives were always present, carrying records, seals, and messages through the spaces where gods of war decided who would live. Then its body changed. Polymorphine made flesh into lie. The serf's spine lengthened with a wet crack. Its face softened, shifted, emptied of its borrowed identity. Bones slid beneath skin, as though the body were a glove being pulled inside out. The data slate fell. Fingers became blades. An arm unfolded where an arm should not have been able to unfold, slender and lethal, moving faster than even the eye of an Astartes expected from something so small. Calidus assassin. Dubaku turned. Too late. The phase blade entered beneath the rim of his breastplate, through a seam known only to artisans, murderers, and those who had studied his armor long enough to love its weaknesses. It did not strike like a battlefield weapon. It passed through defenses with obscene intimacy. It found the living meat beneath relic plate and opened him from within. Dubaku struck back on reflex. His gauntlet caught the assassin and hurled it across the chamber hard enough to shatter a lumen pillar. But the wound had already been made. Blood poured down the ancient armor in a thick, dark sheet. Internal warnings screamed across his vision. Poison entered behind the blade, fast and perfect, a killing chemistry prepared for transhuman organs. His secondary heart convulsed, his lungs filled. The Susan membrane tried to save him and failed beneath the precision of the toxin. Arukatas moved, bolter drawn, but the assassin was already rising. The chamber erupted. Celestial lions fired. Emperor's spears fired. The assassin blurred between shots with impossible grace, flesh reshaping, limbs bending, body becoming angles no human body should possess. A bolt round took one shoulder and spun it halfway around. It did not fall. Another blew away part of its torso, revealing bone, synthetic reinforcement, and red ruin. It still moved. Dubaku tried to stand fully. He made it one step, not toward the assassin, toward Arukatas. Nemeton, he forced through blood. Arukatas caught him as his knees failed. The indignity of it was the cruelty. No battlefield, no warlord's roar, no final duel beneath burning skies, no beast to curse, no visible hand to break. After all the wars, all the slaughter, all the oaths, all the dead carried from Qatar to Mannheim to the lightless veil, Ekene Dubaku was murdered in a chamber by a thing wearing a servant's face. The Inquisition's true malice had always been this. Not that it killed. Everyone killed in the 41st millennium. The galaxy was an altar, and all breath was borrowed. Its cruelty was that it denied warriors the deaths they had earned. It turned endings into administrative corrections. It made assassination where honor should have stood, then buried the blade beneath seals and silence. Dubaku's blood ran across Arukatas's gauntlets. The assassin died against the far wall after a spear drove a combat blade through its spine, and a lion emptied a bolter magazine into its skull until no face remained to change. Its corpse twitched, trying to become someone else, even in death. A serf burned it with promethium until the deck beneath it glowed. No one spoke for several breaths. Dubaku's helm lay beside him, knocked loose by the fall. His face was grey. Blood bubbled at his lips, his eyes fixed on Arukatas with terrible effort. "Carry them," he said. Arukatas lowered his head. "I swear it." Dubaku's gaze shifted to the surviving lions. There were not many in the chamber. Enough. There were always enough to witness. That was the curse and salvation of the celestial lions. "We remain," he whispered. Then the chapter master of the celestial lions died without a battlefield beneath him. For a moment, the old silence returned. The same silence that had followed Qatar. The same silence that had settled after Mannheim. The silence of hidden hands expecting shock to become paralysis, grief to become confusion, and confusion to become obedience. It did not last. A celestial lion knelt beside Dubaku and pressed a gauntlet into the spreading blood. Another brought a reliquary vessel from his belt, meant for bone fragments and ash. They filled it with the chapter master's blood. Not all. That would have been impossible. Enough. Enough for memory. Enough for accusation. Enough for a future brother to stand in the hall, or whatever chamber replaced it, and hear that Ekene Dubaku had not died in battle because cowards had feared to meet him there. Arukatas rose slowly. His hands were red. "The people of Elysium 9 will be received on Nemeton," he said. No lion thanked him. Gratitude would have cheapened the oath. The body was sealed, the blood reliquary locked. The assassin's remains were placed in a stasis casket under guard, though none believed the truth would survive the routes it had to travel. The mentor's serfs were searched, questioned, stripped of tools and names until only trembling flesh remained. Whether they had known or been used did not matter in that first hour. Trust had died too many deaths to be resurrected quickly. Aboard the blade of the seventh sun, the news passed through the decks like a blade through cloth. Elysium 9 still burned. Civilians still packed the holds. The pure still hunted the evacuation routes. The exilari still gathered beyond the guns. The chapter had lost its home, its hall, and now the warrior who had made survival into vengeance. Another hand had reached from shadow. Another lion had been cut down away from the clean roar of battle. The surviving lions did not break. They gathered in a cargo hold because the chapel was full of refugees and the dead had no right to displace the living. There, beneath chains, ammunition cranes and sweating pipes, they placed the reliquary of Dubaku's blood upon an upturned shell crate. Around it they set fragments from the old memory, ash from Elysium 9, the broken tooth of Thogfang, Vularak's iron jaw, Julkara's dead Crozius head, a shard of armor from K-Tuk's rhino. The names did not fit inside the room, but the lions spoke them anyway. They spoke Ekeni Dubaku last, not because he was least, because his name had to carry the others forward. A young brother, born after Mannheim and raised in the shadow of stories that had become doctrine, stepped forward with his helm removed. His face was scarred from the evacuation fighting. His eyes were bright with rage, but his voice, when he spoke, held. Ekene Dubaku, pride leader, slayer of Thogfang, chapter master, warlord of the Adeptus Velari, bearer of the Old Fist, voice of the 96. He made survival a wound against those who sought our ending. He was murdered by a blade in the dark. He has spoken. Spoken, answered the lions. The ship shook as enemy fire struck its shields. No one looked up. The war was not over. There would be no clean ending, no justice descending from terror, no final revelation in which the hidden hand stood named before a righteous court. The great rift still burned across heaven. Imperium Nihilus still drowned. Elysium 9 still screamed. The pure still came with stolen kinship and corrupted hate. The Inquisition remained what it had always been, untouchable in shadow, necessary and monstrous, a knife that could cut the Imperium's enemies or its own sons with equal conviction. The celestial lions had been nearly destroyed, betrayed at Qatar, bled at Mannheim, hunted through paperwork, false orders, long-last fire, and assassins wearing borrowed faces. Their homeworld burned. Their chapter master lay dead by murder instead of battle. Their people fled into the holds of crowded ships. Their future was thin as a candle flame in a storm. Still, a lion took up Dubaku's blood reliquary. Still, bolters were loaded. Still, damaged armor was sealed. Still, the blade of the seventh sun turned its prow toward the next enemy vessel, barring the evacuation route. In the dark beyond Terra's light, amid ash, treachery, and the broken stars of Imperium Nihilus, the celestial lions roared on.